Okay, take it away, Judy.
Let me see what I'm doing. How are you? Oh,
Very well. Hi, Gabrielle. I'm friends with Munaka.
Hi, Gabrielle.
I have to go from 3:15 to 3:55, because I'm trying to teach something,
Yeah.
but I'll be in here hopefully session afterwards.
Thank you for
super.
coming. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I may leave and come back. But thank you so much.
Sure.
Well, we're just going to go ahead and get started. I think the time change has messed just about everybody up. But that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Messed up and confused. How unusual. I'd like to start off this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are, by introducing my friend and soul client, Sasha Clark. She's a business strategist, a spiritual guide, and I know her as a multi-passionate creative. That's how we met, on the creative end of things. So today, as you immerse yourself in our creative alchemy JoyShop, I want you to look to Sasha for her extraordinary ability to reveal the perfect path forward for your vision. Her unique blend of human design, ancient wisdom traditions, and practical business savvy creates approaches that feel deeply aligned with who you are while leading to sustainable success. You'll appreciate Sasha's remarkable intuitive gift of seeing what you need before fully articulating it yourself.
Oh, thank you. That is the best compliment I've received all day.
It's amazing. So true. I think you receive it so well because you know it.
Thank you.
It's so true. Sasha will guide you to discover your unique power and purpose, and who doesn't want that? Offering insights with warmth and practical wisdom that transforms confusion into clarity. And who doesn't want that? Throughout our time together, Sasha will infuse each moment with the same vibrant energy she brings to all aspects of her life, a perfect balance of profound wisdom and authentic joy that makes complex challenges feel manageable and exciting possibilities feel doable, or at least within reach. And I want to turn my attention now to Daisy. Hi, Daisy. Daisy is a visionary, quantum creative mentor, founder of the Perniverse, and oh, so much more. You have no idea. With Daisy, it's like taking a sip from a cosmic fire hose. Daisy meets us at the intersection of higher consciousness and tangible creative expression. That's a beautiful space. Her quantum healing expertise transforms the mysterious into the accessible. When you start working with Daisy, I want you to think Alice in Quantum Wonderland. Her unique blend of sound frequencies, multidimensional storytelling, and energy alchemy will guide you to access dormant aspects of your creative genius, and dare I say, your soul. As founder of the Perniverse and curator for Amazing Art of Healing, Daisy excels at transforming complex spiritual concepts into practical, really everyday, really moment-to-moment magic. She'll help us create sacred spaces where joy becomes your portal to self-realization. I kid you not. With Daisy's guidance, you'll discover how to embody both your human experience and divine potential. Daisy marries cosmic wisdom with everyday creative practice to create newfound freedom and purpose and joy. Daisy and I have worked together for many years. Sasha is a recent joyful participant. One day we were lost in all kinds of beautiful conversation, cosmic talk, desires. I can't even remember what all we touched on that day. And I looked up and there were 7 minutes left in the session. 7 minutes. I said, well, why don't we write for 7 minutes then? And I gave them some magic word prompts, and we came back together and shared, and all of our work intertwined. And Daisy had written this poem called I Sing. And she went out that very day and found a way to set music to it. And so she created this song I'm going to play for you. It's called I Sing. And it launched her career as a songwriter, producer, album releaser, magical, talented performer. And I'm just blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. And I remember so well those precious 7 minutes during which this was born.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy. It's truly remarkable all those years. I'm so grateful how you just tenderly holding space for me, for my inner flower blossom, and finding my own unique inner voice and authentic way of blossoming. Thank you. 当我歌唱时，我感到古老村庄的家园，深深扎根心底。
灵魂与破碎的回响在身体中流动，天堂在人间，我的灵魂飞翔。When I sing, I feel connected to all that flows through this hue. When I sing, I feel supported, a family of a village so ancient and wise.
Uh-oh.
Rooted deep
Are we
within
both playing it, Sasha?
bones, heaven on earth, where my spirit flies.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll stop mine. I gotta find it here.
古老村庄的家园，深深扎根心底。灵魂与破碎的回响在身体中流动，天堂在人间，我的灵魂飞翔。When I sing, I feel connected to all that flows through this human form. Strength and wisdom in every soul, a symphony of life in its purest form. 当我歌唱时，我感到与万物相连。穿过人间之心，每个细胞跳动智慧与力量，纯粹的生命指引，响彻四方。Together we sing, united and free. Our voices rise, a choir of light. 我们的灵魂交织在天地，为全人类的幸福而歌唱不息。When I sing, I feel the warmth, a sacred altar within my chest. Feeding my heart with the divine, in cosmic dance my soul finds rest. 当我歌唱时，内心里温暖流涌现，莲花的圣殿，点心之祭坛，灵魂的滋润，在花心中绽放，宇宙之舞。我的灵魂翩翩起舞。When I sing, I feel joy and light, the endless laughter of my inner child. Falling through a quantum wonderland, endless wonders free and wild. 当我歌唱时，我感到喜悦与光芒，内在孩童的我尽笑声回荡，穿越量子奇幻世界，自由的喜悦无尽奇妙。Together we sing, united and free. Our voices rise, a choir of light. 我们的灵魂交织在天地，为全人类的幸福而歌唱不息。One miracle, one step at a time. Our hearts, our voices, a dance divine. 奇迹一个一步步实现梦想，心生共鸣，宇宙智慧在花心中绽放。
Thank you
Isn't that
so much
beautiful?
for sharing that.
Isn't that
And
beautiful?
like Judy said, my name's Sasha Clark, and I would love to introduce you to Daisy.
Oh, we can't hear you, Sasha.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Look to Judy McNutt, the inner author coach and creator of the Writer's Gift Quiz, and she is an author herself. I ask you to look to Judy today during our JoyShop to create a safe harbor for your most authentic expression. And I'll be honest with you, that was the very first taste I had of what Judy has to offer was, yes, it was like a warm hug from your great grandma that you just feel completely accepted, and whatever you're going to create is going to be the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. And she's very yes, a safe harbor is the exact words I would have chosen to describe that first feeling I had with you, Judy, when we talked about my book that you said is actually books, and which totally blew me out of the water. I'm like, I don't know, I just have enough courage for one, but we'll see. And now I've got many going. So she will help you uncover hidden well springs of creativity and articulate your unique wisdom with newfound clarity and confidence. draw from Judy's experience the way you would draw from a well as a thirsty sojourner. She's a cosmic healer, artist, multidisciplinary coach, best-selling author, and creator of the Writer's Gift Quiz. She'll show you how to keep your voice central while amplifying your message's power and magic. Lean into Judy's holistic approach to transform creative expression into a healing force in your life. She excels at helping visionaries like you align your creative expression with your deeper purpose, creating pathways where your truth can flourish and connect with those who need your message most. So I hope you have come prepared with your magic wand. I've learned about magic wand from Judy. My trusty Ticonderoga, how do you pronounce that? Ticonderoga?
Ticonderoga.
There you go, Ticonderoga, made out of real cedar. So if you get stressed, you can smell it. Your magic wand. And without much further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Judy. I'm so excited to go on this journey with you today.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you remembered about the magic wand. Yeah, one of the earliest forms of pencil was with cedar. So it's an ancient tool, magical tool. And I switched to pencil, I don't know, quite a few years ago. And I didn't even think about it. And one day I was just thinking about something and I was waving it around, and all of a sudden I got so much clarity. And then I don't even know what possessed me. I just Googled cedar pencil and I got all this information about pencils that I never knew. The right tool for the right job, eh? All right, let's get going here. Sasha, would you mind, can you find that the participants view and just share that on the screen and just kind of scroll along as we go so people can feel like they know where we are? Or
You
do
bet.
you need help finding it? Have you got it?
I'm pretty sure I do.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. Let's close this right here so it's a little cleaner.
Oh yeah, good idea. Okay, super. All right, so this is going to be about a 50-minute, 50-minute creative activation session. I've designed it to generate flow for any type of creative project. So I want to also offer a additional concluding activity at the end. So my piece is just kind of going to bookend. You'll see, well, eventually you'll see when I do it, why I did it this way. So I'm going to open the show and then close the show, basically. So we're going to have the creative bookend. That's what that's going to do. Spit it out, Judy. Is create a sacred container for your transformative experience today. The JoyShop is for you, treasured creatives, or people in search of encouragement to cultivate creative expression. You're a teacher, a healer, a technical writer, a freelancer, a visionary, and today you will receive a reliable and repeatable method to support your creative cycle, the alchemy of creative expression. Our tools today are magic wand, paper, journal, doesn't matter. You can use a pen if you don't have a cool pencil. That's fine too. We're going to use the Zoom chat box as well. And we need movement space. And if you don't have a lot of space, that's okay, because I'm not talking about doing Tai Chi or anything here, but just space to move. Those are our tools. Okay. We're going to start off with the warm-up. This is meant to connect us in community. So everybody please type in the, first of all, can you find the chat box in the toolbar? Find the chat box. It says chat and click it. And then without hitting enter, I want you to type all these things into one little segment of the chat box. So number 1, hello, your name goes here. Number 2, I am joining from. Just tell us where you are right now, where you're joining us from. And it can be city, state, venue, place you're visiting, whatever. So we can share that. And then first I want you to type into the chat box and then handwrite. Now you're going to be using your paper and the chat box. One word that describes how you are feeling right now. It can be any word. Don't get too precious about it, and do not write a sentence. It has to be just one word. And I'll be quiet now so you can think it up. How you're feeling now. Okay, we're on number 4. Type and then handwrite one word depicting how you want to feel. There's how you're feeling, and then how do you want to feel? And then the last one, type into the chat box and then handwrite one word that describes your greatest desire. Describes your greatest desire, one word. And we have one more thing to do before you hit enter. For those of you who played the magic number game that I emailed out a few days ago, you were to guess the magic number somewhere between 43 and 112. And you can play along. If you didn't do this already, you can play along by typing it in the chat box right now. Any number between 43 and 112. And once you have your number in there, hit enter so all of your stuff shows up in the chat box all at once. Okay, Sasha. She's joining from Ames, Iowa. She's feeling tense. She wants to feel flowy. Her greatest desire is impact. And the number she chose intuitively was 89. Daisy. She's joining from San Diego. She's at, she's down at Amazing, the beautiful place downtown. She's feeling excitement. She wants to feel exhilaration. Her greatest desire is contentment. And her number she chose was 108. Cindy is there with Daisy. She's feeling unsure. She wants to feel comfortable. Her greatest desire is peace. And the number she chose was 44. Let me tell you, Cindy, it almost was 44. It almost was. And then something told me to change it. So you're half right, let's say. And Seth is feeling at ease. He wants to feel charged and energetic. His greatest desire is harmony. Oh, he picked 108 also. And he's joining us from Amazing also. Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, okay, so I'll type in the chat box the number. Wait a minute. Okay, it was 111. Angel 111, angelic number. The angels have all gathered. And Cindy, since for about a second, I thought it was going to be 44, I'm going to go ahead and declare you the winner.
Thank you.
So Daisy will let me know how to get in touch with you, and I'll reach out and we will plan your session. And you probably don't, since you aren't on my email list, you probably don't even know what you've won, but I'll let you know. It's really cool. It's a 90-minute session during which you'll take the quiz. We'll talk about that, and then we'll dive deeply into what you came here to do. Okay, how does that sound? Wave over Daisy's head.
That sounds wonderful. This something told me something like that was going to happen a few months ago.
Really?
Yeah, and I just like went, how, what?
Oh, well, now you know.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm exaggerated or whatever. I'm just, I mean, it's just like, yeah, I was like, oh, how did you know? How did that all come out together? And
Oh, perfect.
oh,
Perfect timing.
yeah, really exciting because they said you need to write a book now, and I'm going like, oh God,
Okay.
how do you do that? Because I'm all over the place when I write. So,
Okay. All right. Well, I'll give you some tools in our time together, and a lot of what happens in that time is intuitive, and what shows up, and I go with that. So, I mean, I do have a planned session that I can also go with, but usually something else shows up right in the middle of it, and that's pretty awesome too.
all right. Well, I gotta trust the universe at this moment, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only been here for an hour and I've already been told that someone's going to give me a phone call and help me. And that's like, whoa, you know. And I saw, as soon as you said, well, I'm going to pick a number, and I saw 4, and then you said between 43 and 100 and some, and I went like, oh, okay, I'm going to pick the closest one to 4. And that's what I did.
That's great.
And usually I never get the numbers right. So,
Oh, that's so awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. And I can't wait to get to know you better and spend some time with you.
okay. All right. Yeah. I was feeling really bad this morning, and I was just thinking like, oh, maybe I'm not supposed to go. And I just said, no, you got this opportunity. Go, 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 go.
That's awesome. Well, we're happy to have you. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to move on and into our session some more. So here's the deal. When I say what I focus on, I create. What I focus on, I create. If you say that enough times, it becomes a mantra. What I focus on, I create. What I focus on, I create. So we're going to make it a little mantra. We're going to make it a little mini meditation right now. So I'd like to gently suggest that you just have a seat. You don't have to lie down. This won't be a long involved thing. You don't even don't have to change anything about your position right now if you don't want to. But I ask you to breathe a few deep breaths with eyes softly focused or closed, your choice. And through the process, I just want you to notice what floats through your mind. And it is helpful if you say it with me at least a few times. Okay, we're going to start with the breath. And with the last exhale, what I focus on, I create. What I focus on, I create. What I focus on, I create. Now, there's no particular thing you have to feel or see or do at this time, because this little practice, this is just the starting place. So I'm inviting you back to your piece of paper where you're going to handwrite just what was your experience with this little mini meditation. Describe the first maybe feeling you had, like what the hell is going on, maybe. Did a word come to you, a phrase, maybe an image, maybe just colors? Just write a few sentences, no big deal, maybe 2 sentences that feels like a proper response to that little experience you just had. And I'll give you some time. All right, we're at number 3. Next, I want you to handwrite this completion of this sentence stem. Today, I am focused on, and just write about what you're focused on. And it can be a couple of things. Today, I am focused on. And then when you're finished handwriting that, don't rush. But when you're finished, look up at the screen and see what you're to do next, which is to please go ahead and just type a little summary or just tell us about your discoveries during this little exercise. What you felt, what happened for you, where you were, where you are now, that sort of thing. And just type that into the chat box. Or have Daisy type it for you. She's fast. I need water. Sasha, was that your experience, love? Or did you do that before?
Sorry, what?
Oh, I see your heart in the chat box, and I didn't know if you did that just
Oh,
now or before. I wasn't watching the chat box.
that's okay. I did write love down. That's why I said, what? Where did you get? I'm like, today I'm focused on creating and loving. Like
Oh,
that's all I'm focused on right now is pouring out. So
oh, I feel it.
thank you. Anyway, so that's why I was surprised. I'm like, how did she know? The word was I wrote love down. I was typing the response to the first prompt first, and I hadn't gotten that far yet. Like, is she reading my
Where's the
You're so
camera?
psychic, you're reading what I'm typing before I've even typed it. Oh, it's possible.
Okay, so share a brief summary of your experience in the chat box. That's where we're at right now.
Yes.
Oh, is it okay that I ask Seth to read his? Because he has a lot to share.
Well, the thing is, it can he just type it in the chat box, or can you type it
Oh,
for him?
yes, yes,
Yeah,
I'm
because
sending it there.
there's a reason for that.
Put the link,
Yeah.
the link so I can put it back on my phone and I can do it that way.
Yeah, or just a little summary. I need that energetic form because it builds later in the session. I know you don't know that, so I do it this way to eliminate a whole lot of talking at the beginning. I don't want to describe everything you're going to experience, and it's just more magical if you just willingly go into the forest. But I promise you won't get eaten. Cindy feels relaxed. Seth, music video for Quantum Sigil? Sigils?
Yes.
I don't know what a sigil is, but I'll ask you later. Relaxing. Seth, oh, oops. Wait a minute. Seth 77 and the multiverse. Etheric Earth from the multi-earth. Oh, interesting. Music.
Oh, I double tapped it. It's the same. You already read.
Oh, okay. Music video for the Quantum Sigillus. I feel like I should know that word. I know relaxing though. That's a word I'm familiar with. And Daisy says combining,
Oh, combing Jericho.
oh, sorry, oh, combing Jericho, feeling being wrapped in deep assurance, warmth, trust, and love from the universe everywhere I go. Sasha says, I was surprised to find my direction was neutral, blank. And as a person who has spent the past 4.5 years practicing the spiritual gift of contentment, I was pleased with what I saw. But I also hear my soul and my God calling me forward to a new thing. A thing is emerging, but I haven't yet defined it. My mind wants to define it, but I have drawn a circle of light around it to nurture and protect it all. Today I'm focused on creating, making space, and loving. That's awesome. And I just want to honor everyone's words and all the magic in the words not written, too. The potential, the mystery, the magic. This next activity takes you into pure creative alchemy. Using the work you have done so far, we will convert emotion or desire, which is a form of emotion, into creative expression. Sometimes it looks very different from what you think it's going to look like, and that's a good thing. Using a sacred process to unlock your creative spirit, we'll use movement, mindfulness, intuitive listening, and free expression. Take a look at this graphic. It looks like a cacophony of nonsense, but there's a method to this madness. This is the creative alchemy cycle. And once you learn this process, it actually has 8 steps, but I broke it down. I condensed it to 4 for today because we don't have time to teach you all 8 steps separately and give each thing its sacred time. So I've kind of combined things together, but I just wanted to give you a look at the graphic first so that when we start going through the steps, maybe Sasha can leave the graphic just on the screen the whole time, because you don't need to see a bunch of words. Just leave the graphic up there if you don't mind. And
Yep, no problem.
we're gonna move through this cycle together. This is the cycle that you go through every time you want to create a new project. This is a very, very ancient tool. And how they arrived at this tool was from watching a few millennia of creative people create things. And so this has been handed down through the many centuries. It didn't look like this because I made it. It didn't have these colors in it because I put them in. I put these in there because they roughly coincide with the chakra. So see this red triangle here, that step is just movement. And that's really your root chakra, getting that going, getting the kundalini to rise, that sort of idea. So we go from movement and we blend prayer in with our movement, and then we go into a listening mode, and then we go into a playing mode. Don't skip this. People always want to skip this because they think it's not important. It's practically the most important, is to spend some time playing. Then we connect with our invisible team. We notice our ahas. and we start making notes, and then we slide right into our fearless creation. That's where we cross the bridge, integrating everything that we've done up till now. We cross the bridge into actually creative work, whatever you're doing, writing, sculpting, painting, making music, playing with light, whatever your creative expression is, during that time, you're creating. And then when you finish creating, you want to receive and acknowledge with gratitude what you have received. And way down here at the bottom, almost like an afterthought, but it isn't. It's the idea of what's next. It's how you alchemize the creative process so that it keeps going. So that you're thinking about what you want to do next before you leave this session of creativity. You think about how you're going to draw that into your next steps. It's a great motivator for finishing a project. Okay. All right, step one. We're going to start with movement. We're actually going to do this right now. So you can stay in place if you're seated and comfortable, or if you are not able to or don't want to like actually stand up and move about, that's okay. I'm going to stay seated and just move my body and maybe stretch. You can do that with me if you want to. Movement can be anything. It can be skipping. It can be yoga. It can be dancing. Sometimes in our groups, I'll put on music and we just dance. Get the body moving, get the spine rotating. Pull that energy in and really sink into your body. Just be a body now, not a brain. Just feel it. Feel the pressure of the floor on your feet. Feel your body sinking in to where you're sitting. Your back, if you have a back to your where you're sitting, feel that. Just feel the warmth of that. Just be a body. I like to think of myself as a lump of clay. I'm warm clay, but just a lump of clay, just clunk. And just enjoy the flesh. Because as creatives and writers, a lot of times we get stuck up in our brain and we forget that we're a body. And everything we've ever experienced, known, tasted, touched, thought, felt, experienced, been afraid of, are triggered by, is right here in the body. It's a marvelous memory stick. And and now a prayer comes to us. And if you're not particularly religious, don't use the word prayer. Use asking. A desire. What are you asking for? And we're sliding right into step 2, listening, observing, noticing. Notice the whispers of thoughts, emotions, or images. Notice what sticks with your mind as you come out of that spirit connection. I know we're going through this very quickly, but I want you to experience this here with me now, so that when you do it by yourself, you've got some muscle memory to build upon. And we have a journaling prompt. Before we move on to play, we have a journal prompt for you. What I'm hearing or sensing is, and just let it flow. Stream of consciousness. Don't even worry about sentences. Make a list. What I'm hearing or sensing is. And then after you're done writing that down, we'll play. Woohoo. What I'm hearing or sensing is. And then we're going to slip over into play. Now, how do you play with a piece of paper? Well, you can go back to your first experience of play as a little child, probably. So one of the first, crawling, of course, running around, of course, but creative play, your first creative play is literally scribbling. So I'm going to invite you, I have my magic wand, I'm going to scribble along with you. And to scribble a whole lot. You just let it flow. Let your mind go and do whatever it wants to do. Listen to the sound of the pencil on the paper. You're not doing it right if you're trying to draw something. Just scribble. A lot of ways to scribble. You can scribble in a straight, you can scribble back and forth, you can scribble round and round, you can zigzag. Oh, I guess you can't see that because she's got the thing on. Okay, that's all right. More fill the page. Scribble, 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 scribble. Imagining that the lead is you dancing all over the paper, spinning around, jumping up and down. You can't help it. You start looking to see if you've made anything. And oftentimes you have. I have sort of an owl going. So now I'm just like scribbling in around what looks like an owl and making it more owl-like. Don't get too precious about it. It's not artwork. It's creative expression from the unconscious mind. Sasha, can you put me on the screen? Thank you. So I don't know if you can see this, but there's my owl that emerged from the scribbling, which is a great metaphor for writing. Because you start off a lot of times writing something, you have no idea what it is, and lo and behold, it's a poem. Okay. I hope everyone's ready to move on. That was our playing. Don't ever skip it. Now, the next part here is we're gonna do a little creative work right right now. So I want you to take one small action on a creative idea you've had today. And this is why I wanted you to write all this stuff in the chat box. I want you to scroll back up to the chat box and pick one thing that came up from anything that you've put in the chat box today or anything that you've done in your journal. Let go of judgment and just create. I don't say write because maybe you aren't at a writing space. Maybe you're somewhere else. Maybe you're, if you're at home, if you're listening at home and you want to stop this video right now and go and get your watercolors or your watercolor pencils or crayons or pen and ink and some thirsty paper and just draw, that's okay too. And I'm going to set my timer for 7 minutes, the magic 7 minutes. And give you time to create. Hey. So just take a minute and summarize what you're doing or finish that sentence so you don't forget where you're at. Make a note of where you might take this next and send your kind and generous gratitude to the universe for the support for this activity. Sasha, how much time do I have left? About 20 minutes?
I am not sure. It's 3:12 my time, which is 1:12 your time. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
I think so. About 15 minutes probably.
Yeah. Okay. I want to end on time. So, okay, we're good. We're doing good. All righty. So it's chat box time. I've got some questions for you. You don't have to answer all these. It's just ideas of what you might type in the chat box about your experience with this little activity right now. So what surprised you? What was easy or difficult about doing this? What flowed naturally? Did you feel stuck at any point? Uh, and if there were no limits, what would you like to do next? That sort of thing. Just tap that into the chat box. This is all good stuff. And then you'll have this later to refer back to. Oh, Sasha, could you put that back on the screen? The document?
Do you want to be at the words where you're at, or would you like to be back at the Creative Alchemy cycle?
Back at the words where we're at right now, which is, I'll tell you where it's at. It's
We're in part 3, right? If there were no limits,
yeah,
and then yeah,
yeah, that's where we're at right now.
perfect.
Those sorts of questions or anything you feel like sharing about what you just experienced, how it was for you. Daisy says the embodiment and feeling into my body is very helpful to help me connect with the source of creativity. That's exactly right. Not that there's rights and wrongs, but you got it. It's a little bit different place to write from. Typically, people write from the head. In this instance, we started in the body, and that's what that creativity cycle is all about, is where you start as human being and you absorb those nutrients, and then you move on up into the connection with the divine. And it's to me so awesome that playing comes right after your connection with the divine. It's where you've prayed and you've asked and you've listened, and then you start to to play. And I think that's genius. It's genius process. Is anybody else going to type? Or are they already?
I am.
Okay. I don't want to be waiting if if there's no reason to. And we can go ahead and add in if you're the meaning that you make of what you focus on, you create has changed at all. You had an idea in the beginning, what you focus on, create, what did that mean? And yeah, I just want to know if that has what that means, what it means to you now, if it's different or the same, if it's deepened or nothing. Sasha says, if there were no limits, what I would like to do next, getting these books out to the world. I was looking at some of my art today from a time when I was creating without a plan, and I was delighted by some of my creations. Sometimes I just need to get back through my work to get energized again. Oh, go back, not get back. Yeah, I have paintings in the closet. Once in a while, drag one out and finish it. Just like,
I love that. So you're not the only person that starts something and has fun with it and then sets it aside for a little bit.
oh, what?
Hey.
You think you're the only multi-passionate person in the universe? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so at all, but I have such a hard time like feeling like I haven't given up when I do. I work in JAGs. I don't work
Yeah,
in a straight linear line. So
yeah,
anyway,
I can
I
relate to
suppose
that.
we all have our own system, right? Our own way of expressing energy.
Yeah, sometimes I get an old journal. It's part of my practice is to
Oh
pull out
yeah.
an old journal and just read through it, and not so much for reading, but
Sure.
um I'm hunting, prospecting, excavating, excavating.
Excavating gold nuggets of wisdom that you
Exactly.
didn't
Yeah.
know at the
See, like,
time were wise. Yeah.
yeah. And
I haven't
sometimes
done
I'm
that yet, but I think that's really a smart idea because there's things that I really believe when you're going through the experience, it's so much just to cope with whatever it is, whether that's good or bad. We're just in the moment, trying to
yeah,
be anyway. But
yeah,
so a lot of times, 5 or 10 years later, the reflection time is where the real wisdom comes through, right? Like, oh, I didn't know it
yeah,
back then, but I
yeah.
grew so much.
And do you sometimes look at something you've written and go, who wrote that? What? What? I wrote that?
Yeah.
I don't even remember it, and it's genius.
Well, yeah, for example, Pluto just moved into Aquarius this year, right? And
Mm,
when Pluto moved into Capricorn back in 2000, well, the shadow period would have been 2008 through 2010. But then it started this whole so I taught a class in January where we went back and reflected on who we were during that transition into Capricorn. And oh my gosh, I feel like I'm a completely different person since then. Although
wow.
some things are the same. I'm still creative. I still love my kids. I still, there's certain things that are always the same, but wow, there's so many things that have grown and changed since then. Like I just don't think in the moment we can ever really anticipate in what ways we are growing because it's
Yeah.
just like a tree. A tree never sees it's growing either. It's tree speed.
Oh, right. How wise. That's true. Let me just check back in with everyone else. Is anyone else still intending to type in the chat box?
I'm checking with Seth and Cindy 1 second.
Okay, okay.
In the detail and detail and detail, I was able to just put down what happened in general,
Okay,
that since that part of it was not the major part, it was just things that dealt with what I was going to go into. And so that surprised me that I was able just to write the things that happened and not have to go, well, they did this and that and this and that, then that happened, and this and that and this and that and that happened. And
ah,
that surprised me that it was easy and I just naturally did it. I didn't even think about it.
beautiful.
Yeah, and it's something that I've written over and over again, so it wasn't like, I mean, I knew, it wasn't like all of a sudden everything, well, yeah, in a way everything flowed because there was no need to write down what happened to other people extensively, because that was just, I was just trying to explain how we get in the position where we're at now.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's that. And what I would do next, which I even tried to, is I tried to continue the story as you were, but so yeah, consider what you focus on, you create. Oh, okay, share the platform, what it means to you now. So
You
it
can just
just
talk.
means
You can just
that-
tell. You can just tell us.
yeah, there's a different way of writing things. It's not, unless there's a reason you want to, if it's something surrounding a different certain area, you don't have to write hundreds of things about it. That's just my thing. That's what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah. All right. That's awesome. Sasha, can you rotate to part 4? Thank you. All right. Did Seth want to say something before I don't want to leave him out.
One second. Let me send what Seth.
Well, this is Seth.
Yes, that's what he
Okay.
said.
In love we trust, it holds up when we don't. That little thing is in the way. Hold on a second. Okay. It holds up when we don't have a left to stand on. You mean like
No,
what's
he
left?
said a leg.
Oh, a leg. Okay. Like a left leg. Just we hold this truth above all others. Love is the only law. Everything else is negotiable. That's really, I'm sorry to laugh. I hope you think that's funny because I do. I think that's great. I think it's funny in a sweet way. That's great. All right, we have one last activity to do. And it's what we did all this other stuff for, so it's pretty important. We got to get going on it. Okay. I'm gonna set the timer for 7 minutes. In this practice, you let your intuition be your guide to choose 3 magic words from this list. And one of them, you're going to have to maybe scroll back up if you don't remember, if you didn't write it down on paper. Now you know why I said write it on paper. So one of the choices is how you felt in the beginning. So if you want to pick that one, I strongly suggest that you do pick that one and 2 of the others on my list. So awakening, discomfort, belief, fear, how you felt in the beginning, complacent, fight, action. So pick 3 and if you can, make the first word, you're going to just write a little story, a piece of fiction made up. Try not to get too precious about it. Just tell me a story just as it flows right from your head right now. Even if it doesn't make sense, don't question it. Just start writing. Start with the first word as one of your words that you chose. And you have 7 minutes. You know what? Make it 5 because we're not going to have enough time. I'm going to make it 5 minutes. And I'll give you a 1-minute warning. How's that? Yes, Daisy, it can be a dream. And so you don't get stuck. Yes, you can change the form of the word. Fearful, you could change it to fearful. You could change it to complacency. You can change it to fought instead of fight, awakened instead of awakening. But just, stick with, you get it. Oh, sorry, I didn't give you a 1-minute warning. It's a 30-second warning now. Hey. Come on back. Sasha, you can take that slide down now. Thank you. So just make a couple notes if there's some other direction you want to take this, because there's going to be a break, and you can continue, a break or two, and you can continue during that. You can also do some more writing after this session is over. And then if you would like, you're invited to send it to me, and we'll jump on a Zoom and you can read it or something like that. We'll make arrangements so that you can share your piece you wrote. But I'm mindful of the time, and I want to turn it over to, I'm sorry, I'm 4 minutes late, Sasha. I want, with
You're
all my
fine.
heart.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break anyways, so I'm gonna pull up some music
Okay,
and
great.
everybody can have a bio break for a little bit. Judy, thank you so much. That was amazing. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize, yeah, I had a lot of downloads while we were working together today. So thank you so much. And thank you also to everyone who's here. We're gonna take a 5-minute bio break. That's what Judy calls them. So get something to drink or something, whatever, just to attend to your physical needs. And we will be back in 5 minutes. And like I
I
said, I'll
have to go to the toilet.
I'm gonna just put a slide up and some music in the background, and
Awesome.
when you come back, turn your camera on or put a thumbs up or something, a reaction, so I know everybody's back, and we'll get
Yeah.
started again. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All
I'll
right.
be dancing. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. Bye.
Let's go back to audio.
Oh, water, gentle and free, flow through the heart of me. From mountains high to oceans deep, you carry the stories that we keep. Sacred river, sacred sea, bless us with your purity. Cleanse our souls, renew our breath. With every drop we give our thanks. We sing to the waters, ancient and wise, flowing through the earth on the starry skies. Bless our bodies, bless our lands, guide us with your healing hands. Rain from the clouds fall so pure, wash away wounds, let the heart endure. Teach us your rhythm, gentle and strong, the endless flow where we all belong. Crystal spring, the life you bring, healing whispers to which we cling. With open hearts we feel your grace, in every ripple, in every weary place. We sing to the waters, ancient and wise, flowing through the earth on the stars. as rivers merge and oceans meet. We bow to you in gratitude sweet. Into the unknown, where the shadows begin. Whispers of fear call me back again. But there's a voice within, beyond all doubt. A quiet faith that the darkness can't drown out. And I'm letting go of what I used to know. With every breath a seed of courage grows. Into the unknown, where the stars don't show. I'm walking by faith, letting my spirit flow. Trust in the light that I cannot yet see. Surrendering all to what's meant to be. The waves crash hard and the night feels long. But in the silence I hear a sacred song. It's the melody of trust, written in the air, guiding me softly to a love that's everywhere. And I release the weight of fear and fight, knowing each shadow is a prayer to the light. Into the unknown, where the stars don't show. I'm walking by faith, letting my spirit flow. Trust in the light that I cannot yet see. Surrendering all to what's meant to be. The waves crash hard and the night feels long. But in the silence I hear a sacred song. It's the melody of trust, written in the air, guiding me softly to a love that's everywhere. And I release the weight of fear and fight, knowing each shadow is a prayer to the light. Into the unknown, where the stars don't show. I'm walking by faith, letting my spirit flow. Trust in the light that I cannot yet see. Surrendering all to what's meant to be. So I close my eyes and breathe in the fear. Feel it dissolve as the presence draws near. Like the dawn breaks the night, so does my heart. I'm never alone, even when worlds fall apart. Into the unknown, where the stars don't show. I'm walking by faith, letting my spirit flow. Trust in the light that I cannot yet see. Surrendering all to what's meant to be. And as I walk on through the veil so thin, I find the divine in the places I've been. For in the unknown I'm not lost but found. Embraced by the silence where love is the sound. Love is the sound.
What do you think, Judy? You think we should start back?
This would help if my mic was on. I'm set.
Every
Okay.
twist, every turn.
Are you?
I worked on
what?
my owl.
Oh, cool.
Worked on my owl. Wait. Oh, it's hard. Oh, there. I worked on my owl.
Cool. Nice.
I
Do
did
you-
dance for a while to that first song, and then I worked on my owl. I'm ready.
Daisy, how's everything on your end?
Oh, they haven't got back from bathroom yet.
Okay, we'll wait another. I'll keep. Gabriella, you're back. Hi.
Hi, Gabrielle.
How's it going?
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm just have my prom decoration.
I love it. It's a nice mask.
Yeah.
My kids have gotten into, do you know those black pieces of paper that you scratch and the color comes through? They love doing those, and they each ended up with a mask from school the other day that they could scratch
Oh,
the
you
color
use
out of. I love
Photoshop
them.
for the masks?
What?
You made masks with your students with scratch art?
Yeah, it was really well. My children actually did it in class the other day. But it was, yeah, with the scratch
Oh,
art. Isn't that
oh,
fun?
this is I actually have the scratch art. I ordered it because I'm actually teaching this year, and I'm making these masks very simple, but not simple enough to be an easy class with the students I'm teaching right now.
Sure, sure. Cool. Very cool.
Where do you live, Gabriella?
Yeah,
I live now in Brooklyn, in
nice.
Flatbush.
In
Very
Flatbush.
cool.
Yeah.
And are you an artist also? I know Manuka is really into photography.
I mean, I'm into I mean I could just call myself that. I don't okay, so um yeah. I'll show you my paintings soon one day.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually reading a thing the other day about how procrastination, and this really stepped on my toes. I'm sharing it just because if the shoe fits, wear it. If not, I don't mean anything insulting by it, but it was all about how sometimes we're afraid to share our creation with people, and so we put off making it in the first place. Isn't that is the first time I had ever really thought about it in that way? Like procrastination is my way of, if I don't finish writing it or I don't finish drawing it or whatever it is, I don't feel like I have to share it with anybody yet then either. It's unfinished. And so some of the process of creating involves trusting, too, that how it will be received. And not that that's any of my business, but it just, anyway, it was just it's something I've been thinking about. I'm like, oh, I wonder if I ever, put off stuff because I'm nervous about what people
You
will think of
you
it.
you wouldn't be alone.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sure not.
Yeah. I mean, that's a form of resistance,
Hmm.
and it's also for sure a form of, self-protection. And
Yeah.
like you said, if I not only do I not make it and not share it, I don't make it in the first place. That's so,
Right.
yeah. So
Certainly can't be it
that's
can't be
way resistant, right?
yeah, it can't be rejected if it doesn't
Yeah.
exist in the first place.
Yeah. That's why I so much try to get people in the beginning when they're first starting off with me. I go back to this client I had several years ago who didn't feel confident to write a sentence. And I said, that's okay. Give me a word.
Oh, nice.
She couldn't give me a word. I said, how are you feeling right now? She goes, really nervous. I go, write down, I am really nervous.
There you go. That's a good place to start.
That's a good place to start. And then why? And how does it feel to be nervous? And have you ever been nervous before? What happened then? What was going on? So I just question prompt her into a story that she actually needed to release.
Wow.
And so that's why I'm such a strong believer in just start. Just anything, just start. Okay. Are your people back, Daisy?
Not yet. Let me go grab them.
What did they do? Go to the food truck?
I think they are eating pizza. Let me go grab them.
Okay.
The food truck. I have a picture to share with you, Daisy. Oh my gosh, when I almost put this in my slides. Hang on a second. Let me find it. It's so funny. But I thought of you because we're always eating in class together. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, where did I put it? Sorry. Now I've built it up to be this funny thing. It might not be that funny, but where did it go? Okay.
We're a little bit pampered in the office because we used to potluck.
Here we go. This is the picture. Look at
Oh, wow.
exactly when I saw that. It reminds me of, I don't know, Oscar the Grouch or something from
Oh,
Sesame
yeah.
Street.
Yeah, remind us this, we have this album, Canoodle
Yeah.
House, right? Canoodle House.
That's right.
Just like the bowl of noodle.
He already ate one of the eyes.
Yep.
Good paper.
Absolutely.
That's great.
pizza.
That is great.
You want more?
Oh, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, now let me get back to what I was going to share. That was fun though. See, I knew I was going to use that picture today. I just thought it was going to be in my slideshow.
That is funny.
Yeah, we love that cat eating noodle.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm as good as it's going to get today. All right. Shall we begin?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna put some slides up because I'm just gonna take off. Judy's already done a fantastic job of introducing me. Again, my name's Sasha, and today I'm going to talk about what I like to call the Prism Project. But basically, my message is that you are light and you are beautiful. So without much further ado, I think this project, this project was inspired actually by my mother was a huge Pink Floyd fan, and so obviously this is the cover art from Dark Side of the Moon. Um, I didn't steal it. I'm not trying to commandeer it. I give all rights, creative rights to Pink Floyd for this image. But it reminds us that sometimes the density can refract the light too. And so we're going to talk about the pure light versus density and what that means. So what I just want to do to get started is I want you to just take a minute to close your eyes and answer the question, what if you could describe your soul, not your personality or your body, but your soul, if you could describe your soul in one word, what would you choose? And there's no wrong answer, obviously. It's whatever comes to you. Just give yourself a minute to like intuitively feel your answer or hear it. And if you would like to share it in the chat, you are welcome to. You're not required to on this one.
I gotta say, I love it. Seth is busy. That's so great. I mean, they're
I
all
love
great,
it.
but again, I'm delighted.
Yeah. I always pick love, but I don't know why. But it doesn't make it right or wrong. Whoops. Okay. Yes. And this is a recent image from my blog. My what do you call those? Your universe helpers, or what do you guys call it when you have your team of helpers, your team of cats?
Yeah, I call him the IT invisible team.
Yeah, my invisible
Yeah,
team and I came up with this image.
guys.
So when I say that you're light, again, I don't mean that we're physical beings, but we're actually a spiritual being, a being of light that is riding around in a physical vehicle and is entrapped in a way in time and space in this three-dimensional existence. But there's a part of us that intuitively knows that we are not actually limited by anything that we see around us, that we are just like playing the game of hide and seek, if you will, but we're not really. It's a game. We know our soul knows this existence here is just temporary. It's just part of a game. So the reason I wanted to talk about being light is because there's been a lot of things going on lately. I don't know, I won't get into the specifics, but there's been a lot of things going on lately that we could focus on on outside of ourselves. Like if something that we don't like or something we think that needs to change. And every time we do that, you see that this is just another way of representing the lighter red in the middle is our soul, who we really are, and then there's of course our physical is kind of the buffer between who we are, and then the darker red is the light emanating out of us. That's kind of what people would maybe call our subtle body or our aura. And our aura can get fragmented by the things that we're focusing on. I'm so glad Judy talked about focusing, because what we focus on gets bigger. Maybe this is only true for me, but I think a lot of people share the feeling that whatever we focus on tends to also get bigger in our lives. So if we focus on not having enough money, all of a sudden we notice not having enough money in lots of situations. Or if we're focused on maybe I'm focused on men don't treat me well, then every time I encounter a man not treating me well, it's kind of sort of the self-confirmation bias, where now I'm experiencing that again, which is justifying my belief that men don't treat me well, which is not true at all. I happen to be, especially my children and my husband, are surrounded by very gentle, loving men at the moment. But I used to be a person that believed that. Um, and so what we focus on is sometimes an outcropping of what we believe to be true already, whether it's true or not. I mean, all belief systems, in some sense, in a three-dimensional world, have a form of falsehood in them. Every belief we have involves our imagination. We live in a world of mixture of good, bad, darkness, and light, or whatever. And so there's nothing that's 100% pure and nothing that's 100% not good, or 100% evil, or whatever word you want to put on it. There's some light in the darkest places, and there's some dark in the lightest places in this particular realm of existence. There are other worlds, other realms of existence, the quantum field, for example, where light flows freely and there isn't a lot of density or mixture, and that's fine, but that's not where we spend most of our days. And so today we're going to just talk about focusing intentionally, again, inspired by what Judy was sharing, focusing intentionally on energy, the things that we want to put energy into, rather than focusing on everything and casting all of our energy to the wind and then feeling exhausted. I don't know about you, but since January 20th, I have heard a lot of people say that they have been exhausted, anxious, afraid, nervous, cautious, apprehensive, lots of different big feelings, but all of them are saying the same thing, that they're focusing on a multitude of things, trying to sort out a multitude of pieces of information. Some of them are maybe not even true, and trying to just, figure out what's the right path. And so, when we are reacting to everything, again, our light gets scattered and fragmented, just like when we talk about like a prism, the way it goes through the density and comes out the other side. If it's, a certain shape, it'll broaden the light and make it scattered. And if it's another shape, it'll focus it in like a laser. And we are in control of the concave, complex, the dimension of our density by the way we are reacting to the things around us. So, our focus today is going to be to call our scattered energy back to our center, and then identify what it is that's really mine to hold. So our mantra for today, and you're welcome to take a screenshot of this if you want, because I would love for all of us to just keep reciting that over the next 4 years, or however long it takes to get through this transition. I am light. I reclaim my power. I choose my focus. I act from my center, and I know who I am. When I was in high school, my mother used to tell me, oh, I'm sorry, I brought up my mom as a Pink Floyd fan, but then I forgot to tell you that it would have been her 66th birthday yesterday. She passed away 4.5 years ago, and I cannot believe that in some ways that sounds like a really long time when I say it out loud, but if I close my eyes, it feels like it just happened yesterday. The pain isn't quite like on the surface like it was at first, but I still talk about her every day. And I think that she really believed that her life was not very significant, and that within a year or two about her passing, that people would forget about her. And so I don't know if I really believed that ever, but I'm pleasantly surprised that she still crops up in casual conversation. It's not grief work conversation or work with my therapist or something like that. It's literally just throughout the day, and to have shared a relationship with another human that was so intertwined that almost, every day, almost everything reminds me still of her and gives my children reason to bring her up, or myself to bring her up, is a really beautiful thing. On top of her being my mother, she was also, one of my friends. She called me every day on her way home from work. And so this session today, I'm really just dedicating in her honor and in her memory. because she loved people. She believed in, she was the first person that ever, I mean, I repeated something when I was 5 that was racist, and I didn't realize it was. She was the first person to teach me that we respect people no matter what they look like. And it was a constant message of her that all people should be treated with fairness and respect, no matter who they are, and or where they come from, or where they farm, as her dad used to say. Where does he farm? So yes, I think that she would have been really proud of me today. I think she loved energy work. She was a Pisces, so she was kind of intuitively spiritual anyway, and very sensitive. And so without much further ado, we're going to spend the rest of our time talking about how is it that I will know which is mine to react to. Um, one of the things we can do to protect our energy is to stay inside the the circle that is ours, and not get overly and emotionally involved in the things that are not ours to deal with. We all come to this world with a soul curriculum, and I don't know that our conscious mind always understands what our soul curriculum is. For some of us, it's a very transpersonal karmic thing that through relationships with other people, we unlock, find, do the thing we were supposed to do, and we often don't realize we've done it until it's over, and we feel an evolution inside of us happen. Some of us have a very personal, interpersonal karma, in that we're here really to focus on our own growth and development. And to other people, that may come across as a little self-focused or self-centered, but there are people that were born in this lifetime to be focused on their own growth and development, and what they can learn in a situation, and how they can grow, how they can expand their own mind. And then others of us, we really can't find our karma until we encounter that relationship that brings out the opportunity for us to behave differently than we did in a different realm. So but it is still all about choice. The power we have here is the power of choice. We get to choose in every moment what our reaction will be. So it's normal for I have this picture of me with a filter on it from Instagram. I think that's one of my babies in my lap there too. Oh, I love that. But I want to pick this picture because of the filter over it. It's like a stained glass window, and so I wanted to use it as an illustration of how sometimes density in this realm is caused intentionally, so that we get a refraction of light that produces a color, right? Like a stained glass window, when we overlay it with different colors and different densities of glass to make so that the light that comes through it looks different. The image, I mean, if I don't know if you've ever been inside a cathedral that had stained glass windows, but the images that they're creating are beautiful too, but the most beautiful part of it is actually seeing the light come through it, or like a rainbow. The refraction of light off of the water droplets in the air makes the rainbow. The rainbow doesn't exist in and of itself in a way that we can see it. It needs that density to kind of react off of. So some forms of density are completely fine, and we were created again to have certain amounts of density in our body and in our soul or in our aura, and that intentionally to refract the light the pure light that's coming through us into a form that I mean, I'm squinting too. I think I was sitting in the near a window. And if you've ever tried to stare into the light, the sun, sometimes light is so bright, so clear, that it actually hurts us to stare at it. So the purpose of density in this realm is so that it is, because if we had pure light all the time, it wouldn't be something we could sustain. It would be hurtful. We'd have to close our eyes and cause our own darkness. And so the density we come here with, that our soul rides around in, is intentional to diffuse that light down so that it's perceptible to the naked eye. I also love this other picture. It's a meme I stole off of, at least, well, I didn't steal it. I gave credit. Lindy Lou's on here, names on here. But I just love it looks like little stars gathering together and I just, again, just another way of illustrating that we are light and that what we do is our actions are all we have control over. So one of the things that causes, yes, I said pure light can be harmful. Yeah, that's a great question, Gabriella. Thank you for asking. Um, I, I don't, and the folks that are on the call today probably aren't, I don't know if you're familiar with Kabbalah or not, but even the Kabbalah, the ancient wisdom of the Jewish sages teaches that that the Ein Sof, the great nothing, the great what all and nothing out in one, like there's no word to describe it, that is pure light, and that he, it, she, whatever filters itself through the different multiverses, if you will, and to get to this particular realm. And the purpose of doing that is so that the light would be um I don't know if I'm not saying that we can't perceive the light in its raw form. What I think I'm saying is that we won't understand it until it's filtered in a way that we can perceive it and translate it into our human consciousness. Because whatever the highest consciousness we can go as a human is still not even scratching the surface of the Ein Sof of everything that is not that. So if I say God is love, then I'm putting a boundary around what that being is, and then I'm excluding everything that is not love, if that makes sense. Or if I say God is pink, then I'm also saying he's not purple. Or if I'm saying that God is male, then I'm also saying not female. And in this realm, we have a lot of this or that kind of dichotomies here. But in the realm that the universe actually exists, there is not a dichotomy, and so it's possible to be he, she, and it at the exact same time, and or black, white, and gray all at the same time. And so yes, I would say that God definitely is concealing God's self in order, or filtering that light through in a way so that we can perceive it on this particular consciousness, this level where we live, because this is where our souls are at right now. This is where we're experiencing. So I know that sounds a little convoluted, but I think that's as much as we need to understand in order to understand what we can do about it today. So, but thank you for the question. That was a great question.
Oh, how
Go ahead.
much light do you get to see?
How much what?
No, I was just thinking like, actually, this is so much like conversation, so maybe I'll ask you afterwards about it.
No, that's fine. I think you asked how much do I think we can see?
Like, I guess I just,
Yeah, it's a great question. When we're awake, it's very, very little. When I mean, this, according to the rabbis, when we're asleep, we get to experience like 1/60th of that communion that we normally would feel if we weren't in a body. So how much less so when we're awake? And anyway, I think that people all over the globe actually are striving for a spiritual experience. Some of them do it through different ways, right? Some people meditate, some people do yoga, some people walk, some people write, some people sing, and all these things are ways to connect us in a timelessness that brings us back out of the three-dimensional experience we're in and back into this reminder that we actually, our souls are on a different plane and connected somewhere that we that we don't always have access to unless we intend and put our focus into it. So put our kavana into it, if you will. So one of the other things on this slide is a reminder that one of the other things that can cause density in our light, in the way our natural light is flowing through us, it's picking up collective energy. Just like when you have a candle and you're burning it, the soot that is created at the top where the wick is actually sucking up the wax and burning it, there's a leftover, a byproduct, and that soot can flicker the light, right? And our auras do the same thing. When we're picking up collective energy that isn't ours, but it's happening. We're swimming in collective energy all the time. You could wake up one day and feel completely tired, or feel like you're coming down with a cold, but you're not, but you have no fever, no symptoms. You just feel like you need to go take a nap, or completely unmotivated for a day. And those are all signs that you're picking up collective energy, or a fatigue from the collective. Again, I've been experiencing this a lot this year. I'm not blaming it on Trump. It just happened to all the movement into Pluto into Aquarius happened to happen around the same time as his inauguration. So that is the time frame I'm pointing to, but I'm certainly not blaming, because blame and victimhood also clouds our aura up with soot, or unforgiveness or rage. I mean, these are all normal human emotions, but when we stay stuck in them and really like live in there and create an identity around it, we start to soot up our aura field, and then that our light has to refract through that, and people don't get to see who we really are. They see who we are filtered through an old hurt or a scar on our heart that we haven't dealt with. And so anyway, back to this collective slide. Maybe your life is going well, but you feel sad for no reason. Could be depression. You need to go talk to your doctor about it. I'm definitely don't diagnose mental health issues. I have a lot of respect for people that need support from medication or whatever. I'm totally fine with that. But it also could be because part of this carrying the collective energy, and working with the therapist can help sort out which part of this energy is mine and which is someone else's. Sometimes you find yourself worrying about things that don't usually bother you. Here's one that, like, when I'm in a really connected form of prayer, my body feels like it's got an electric current running through it. But sometimes, just the other day, this happened. I just sometimes feel shaky and unsettled for no reason too. It's just the kind of the opposite, same electric current, but for opposite reason, because the collective is going through something together. Um, I remember during the early part, I'm going to talk about the pandemic a little bit because it's something we all experienced together not that long ago. And it was also the year my mom got sick. And I remember when the shutdown first happened, how quiet. I don't know if anybody else tell me in the chat if you resonate with this. Did you notice how quiet the collective got? Like the hum of the earth, even just the volume of everybody's energy just like turned down about 3 notches. And it was the first time I remember feeling like, oh, wow, that is why when I go to the grocery store, sometimes I feel like just being in the store around people is a lot to deal with, because I'm apparently sensitive to collective energy. I had no idea. And I remember reading that they could hear things on the Richter scale that they couldn't, that when life wasn't in the shutdown, that they couldn't usually hear because of, the tires of the semi trucks that were going, and all the, there's a lot of noise we make just going to work and back. And we all had stopped, and it just got quiet for a little bit. So yeah, Judy's saying yes, she resonates with that too. And so good. I'm glad I'm not alone.
Yeah, I resonate with this a lot, and I was actually noticing, like, because I'm doing this new job as an art teacher, that if the students are like seem bored, like I become super drained and I can't even move, and it's really debilitating.
Yes.
Like I can't even clean, so I'm like I have to make them be able to. They're like, "Oh, you do this for me," like you cut out the pose, and I'm like, get so drained. Like if they don't do it themselves, if they're not in their own creativity, and like I rely on my own creativity to help them.
Yeah, that's a really cool observation. I homeschool my 3 boys too, and if they've already decided they don't want to do school today, I feel like I'm energetically pushing a rock up a mountain. It's so hard to get our stuff done, even though we're doing the same thing we would have done yesterday. But when they're, at least willing participants and not dragging their feet, it feels so much more flowy and goey. So, yeah, I totally can understand that. So true. And the boredom, it feels a little like a malaise almost, and it's just like this blanket that kind of lays over you. So um yeah, okay. And we get to decide how to react to that too. And one of the things we like to do in our schoolhouse, is that sometimes we just have a little dance party. And again, Judy mentioned that in her creative cycle in her session. Like if I can't get them motivated, sometimes I like say, well, that's fine. I don't care how long school takes. You guys aren't getting video games till we get it done. And that usually motivates them. But if that doesn't help and they're still just like, I just don't feel like it, just common. Sometimes just having a little dance party or making a game out of it so they kind of get that competitive motivation back in them, also can help too, because sometimes you just with energy, with emotions to me are energy and motion. And so with emotions, sometimes we just have to move them like through our body, physically through our body, to get them back out in our aura field so they can dissipate, because we're kind of got too much of them down in the denser part of our existence, which is in our body. And so, yeah, a lot of movement, whether that's dancing or stretching, or again, just walking around in nature, getting some fresh air, a new scenery, can help move some of that energetic stuckness out into the aura field, where it can dissipate and leave off of us so we can move forward. Um, so yeah, like I said, it's normal to have places of energetic density. Some were there on purpose when you were created, because you're created to refract light in a certain way. And like I said, collective energy can also create a density that we weren't created with. And so it's really important that we start to learn which of this is part of my design. I got a slide ahead of myself, and which of this is not mine. So a couple of questions I've been playing with for about the last 8 months to help sort that is just asking, whenever I'm feeling something that I don't like or that I don't want right now, I just go, oh, wait, is this mine? That's my first question. Wait a minute, is this mine? And I check in with myself, because if I'm feeling afraid, but actually it's one of my children that's feeling afraid and I'm just feeling it because I'm sitting next to them, that's a whole different reaction than if it's actually my fear, right? And I have to cope with it differently, that if it's mine than if it's not mine. And be honest with you, I have an open solar plexus, so 80% of the time it isn't mine. I have feelings, but I just don't have big waves of them like other people do. And again, I'm not saying I don't have feelings, but I do amplify the feelings of the people around me a lot. And we will talk more about open solar plexus or whatever that means in just a little bit. The next question I ask is, isn't this interesting? And go ahead and I want you to write these down. I should have just put them on a slide for themselves. So I'm gonna go back to this light slide for a second while I read these. So is this mine? Isn't this interesting? And that question has been prompting me to observe it without judging it. Because a lot of, again, when we judge an energy or a circumstance to be not as it should be right now, first of all, we're denying reality a little bit. And second of all, we can cause ourselves to get stuck and react there, instead of just observing it and waiting to see what is it that I'm supposed to do about it. And sometimes I'm not supposed to do anything. I'm just observing it, like, oh, well, that was interesting, you know? Then the next question is this healthy? If I want, after I've observed it, then I have to decide, is this something I need to, should I stop it or not? Is this healthy? Is this good? Is this, I don't know, good's kind of is a double-edged sword, but yeah, is this healthy? I think healthy is better than good. And then the next question is, what's next? Again, if there's nothing I'm supposed to do, what's next means focus back on what I was supposed to be doing and move on with my day. We almost got hit by a car while we were coming through an intersection, and the lady had a red light, and she clearly didn't know it. She was going at least 30 miles an hour through the intersection, but I wasn't that committed to going through the intersection, so I slowed down and I almost stopped right in the middle of the intersection, and she missed our car by about 5 feet. It felt closer than that, but I think it was about 5 feet. And my kids looked at me like, well, aren't you going to say something? And I'm like, well, that was interesting. I'm glad we didn't get it. I'm glad we didn't get T-boned. Oh, it wasn't that. It was last summer, right before we were going to go on vacation. Like, I'm really glad the van didn't get T-boned right before vacation. That would have really disrupted our plans, but that was interesting. I don't have to react. We're safe. So yeah, I mean, then not everything requires me to get upset about it either. And I hope you don't think I have not mastered this yet. These are things I'm working on. So I might get to practice this for a long time. We'll see before I master. Okay, so I do want to introduce you to one of the tools that has helped me and my family and a lot of other people learn to separate which parts of the energy are actually mine, which parts are flowing through me, what does my light look like, and then that helps me sort out the things that are not mine. And it just makes flowing and decision making a lot more streamlined if you have a really good sense. I don't know if anybody, I'm going to stop sharing for just a second. I don't know if anybody remembers that show, White Collar, that was on Netflix. I don't know, it was probably 10 years ago. It was about this guy who was really good at recognizing.
It's one of my favorite shows.
Is it? It was one of my favorite. I haven't watched it in a long time.
My husband and I watch it together, so we're just kind of stuck in the middle because he's away, and I I promised I wouldn't watch it without him, but I know exactly the show for sure.
Yeah, and I won't give you any spoilers by telling you this, but the gentleman is the whole plot line is that this guy who's a really good guy, a really good copy artist, right? He's really good at fraudulently reproducing art, famous art. He ends up going to work for the FBI, and he's teaching this FBI agent like the best way to know a fraud is to study the original. If you know the original so well, like the back of your hand, you will instantly be able to see what's wrong with the counterfeit when you see it. And because there's a subtle difference even in bills, you know, and he basically that's one of the big takeaways I got from that show was that if my job is to know the truth so well that I can easily recognize when I'm getting sold a counterfeit bill. I actually used to work in retail, and it's the same it's the same procedure there too. They have you look at these, you know, sheets of that have printed what the printed money is supposed to look like, and you have to study them as in your training to be in retail. Back in the day when people didn't use cards as much, or now you can pay off your phone. You don't even have to know. But back then, I'm dating myself so much right now. Back then, you had to know what a real, genuine $100 bill was supposed to look like. That way, you could tell if someone was trying to pass a counterfeit. And our energy is the same way. So when we look at our human design chart, which I don't know if everyone had a chance to run their chart. I'm going to drop the website in the chat right now in case you didn't get a chance to do this before we started. You can do it now. A human design chart is basically a visual representation of your light energy. And I would love for you to get a copy of yours. What did I do? I had the link already and I must have clicked over somewhere. Here we go. Also, when you get to you can just get a picture, a report, like a chart, but you can also get like a free report I have on there. That kind of goes over some of the symbols in the chart so you understand what they mean. We won't have time to get into all the symbols today, but let me share my screen again. I'll show you. Human design is based off of 4 ancient systems of understanding energy. The Chinese I Ching, the astrology, which is basically a calendar, and the Kabbalah, and the chakra system. And so let me put this back in presentation mode so you can see it bigger. So I'll just show you, if you pull up your chart won't have, most of the human design charts that are available on my website don't have this ring, the ring around it. It's just the geometric shapes and channels in the center. But I wanted to show you the more complicated picture because I wanted to show you where all these ancient systems show up in the chart. So you'll notice there's like the word Pisces. We're in gate 22. So if you look to the left on this chart that I'm showing you, this is actually my chart. We're on gate 22, which is right in the just beyond the halfway point of being in Pisces energy. So we have the astrology, or the color is the colors. That's if you start up at gate 41. Nope. Gate 41 is the beginning of the I Ching solar cycle. So we go through it once a year, and each of these gates we spend about 6 days in, meaning that the sun is activating that gate for about 6 days. I'm sorry, I misrepresented it. This gate 41 is the last one of the last year. 19 starts the first year. I had to look at my other chart on my wall. Anyway, you'll notice though that it happens in Aquarius. So it's about usually the sun gates, the I Ching gates start about 3 weeks into January, and we make our way all around down through Cancer and Leo in the summer, Virgo, Libra, and back around to gate 41. That's the end of the solar cycle. And it corresponds with astrology that way because as the sun passes through each of these signs as well, again, the signs are a calendar. They also dictate the energy, right? Someone born in Aquarius is quite different than someone who's born under Gemini. And I always had a problem with astrology beyond saying, yeah, they're a little different, but I don't believe there's only 12 personalities under the sun. And so human design helped me to start recognizing where those nuances are, because someone in Aquarius who is a projector, meaning that they have no sacral energy defined in their little square in the middle, is going to behave a lot differently than someone who is born under Aquarius who has their sacral center defined. And so there's a lot of nuances in this chart that go beyond just 12 different personalities for the different astrological signs. The I Ching is represented by these little groups of lines on the outside, and there's a whole, you can Google them on the internet, or you can actually just go to my website. I have I'm starting a gate library where each section of each of the 6-day sections is broken down into the traditional human design definition of that gate, the actual I Ching, because I think it's important to go back to our roots and learn what we can, the Kabbalistic connection, and then of course astrological insights that you can learn from being in Pisces season right now, because they all work together. Just like the weather patterns, right? If when there's wildfires in California, which there was recently, it doesn't affect us too much here in Iowa, but when they happen up north of the Twin Cities in Minnesota, our air quality changes a lot, and it actually changes our weather patterns. We end up getting a lot more cloudy days, which in turn cools the atmosphere down, right? And then we end up with thunderstorms. So it's really fast. So the energetic weather pattern based on this calendar is important to be cognizant of. I don't look at it as like, oh, this is going to be a horrible day because we're in gate 22. I think of it more like, okay, gate 22 is what everyone in the collective is feeling today, because that's what the sun's giving off today, right? That's what our energetic weather pattern is. And I can decide for myself based on my chart. I don't have gate 22 activated, so it's probably not going to affect me very much. I don't have the gate 22 is on the top of the solar plexus. I'm just using this as an example. You don't have to memorize all this, but the solar plexus is the little triangle on the right hand side of the body chart in the center. You'll see the little number 22, and it goes up. It would connect with 12. Now, if I had 12 highlighted and gate 22 not, then I would notice a huge difference from gate 22 today. But since both sides are open, it's more, I get to sample it like in a buffet. I'm like, oh, I get to taste this energy for 6 days. It doesn't really change how I behave or how I feel the energy in my body. Any questions about that? Oh, wait, don't ask a question yet. The Kabbalah, you can't see the Kabbalah written on here. Why? Because it's actually the light. Kabbalah explains the light that is flowing through all of these channels and gates. Kabbalah explains, so we have Malkut, which is the lowest form. That's where we live, the lowest universe, and that if you were to draw a line across these two triangles and the square in the middle, that's about where Malkut rides out that's our connection to Malkut in the body. And then we get up into the G center and the will center, and the upper half of the solar plexus is really where we're connected to more of what's called the Ruach, the emotional layer of our soul. And we keep going up the body graph, right, to where you have the head center, which is about where the third eye is. And then you still have a connection to the universe even higher than that. So there's 4 more levels, I believe, in the Kabbalah above where our head center stops, where our third eye stops. So and that's, again, I kind of was explaining the chakra system too. If you just go right down the center of this body graph, it's pretty much lines right up with the chakra system. And my point being, though, that you can't see the Kabbalah in this, except it's showing where the light is the parts that are defined, like in this part, my top 2 triangles are defined. That's saying I have a lot of third eye energy, and the chakra right above the third eye, I'm forgetting the name of it right now. But I have a lot of that energy. That's a dense part of my aura. And it's a consistent color that's coming through all the time. And so the head center is known for inspiration and translating big concepts of the divine into like an esoteric translator, being able to bring that down through my throat and explain it in my thoughts and my beliefs. And the Ajna Center is taking those bigger plans and breaking them into action steps and smaller pieces. And those energies are very consistent in my aura field. And anybody that has talked to me for 10 minutes would agree with that, I think. These other energies, though, like my husband said, the square right below those 2 triangles is called the throat energy. And one of the stories I contemplated telling you guys, not sure if I'm going to have time to do that or not, but the brief version of it is that my husband says that depending on whom I'm around, I sometimes get really chatty and sometimes don't. And yeah, exactly. I just looked at the time. Thank you for asking me. No, and so the throat energy is very inconsistent, and sometimes am very talkative because I'm around someone that has that defined throat energy, or it happens to be something in the universe has defined it for me for a minute. So with the sun transits. Okay, now does anybody have any questions about this chart before we move on? We're just about done with the presentation part. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay. This is the way a lot of human design charts come out. And these two arrows are pointing to the top two numbers. Again, you don't need to memorize all of this, but what you do need to know in terms of light is that these two top numbers represent 35% of your light each. So 70% of your total light energy is coming through these top two boxes, because that's where the sun has defined you. And you will hopefully, again, get on my blog and learn all about the different light that's coming through your aura at a later point. We won't have time to get into all that today, but but when you do, please pay attention to the top two numbers. Those are really important. Those are your also parts of your consistent energy. And this is just another way I wanted to show you about the light. So we've got this is someone else's chart, 35% of the sun in this side of her chart, 35% in this side. And you can see the rest of the planets all make up just this little bitty section over here. And when I take my cursor off, you can kind of see it, the light pulsating through. I was trying to, again, create this visual where you can see the light moving through your aura field. And so just otherwise, the human design chart just looks like a bunch of numbers on a page, and it's like, what does that mean? Why do I care? So hopefully this helps you see why you should care, because this is how the light is coming through you. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. Well, yeah, I'll move. Oh, sorry, that's cute. You're also dust. You're light and dust. And so again, the density that's in you, there's some of it's there for a reason. Our job is just to scrub off the parts that we picked up from other people so we can shine as brightly as we were made to and let our own true colors shine through. So now I'm going to move on to this picture, and our future is really bright. That's why my youngest son is wearing those cute glasses. So I'll let you look at him for a bit while I pull up some music, and I'm going to kind of take us through meditation here for a little bit. Judy, how much time do I have left exactly? Do you know?
Yeah, just a second. It's 2:32, and we got to leave time for Daisy and our closing.
And we're done at 4, right?
We're done at 4.
So let's go like 3 minutes of this meditation, and then we'll move on. I want to make sure we have enough time for another
Okay.
bio break too.
Okay, here's the thing I just want to mention.
Sure.
Whenever it feels like time is pressing on us, this is for everyone in the room.
Sure.
Just tune in to your invisible team and ask for a download of all that you need in the time provided, and just receive the download. And I received downloads right here. Just turn that switch on, receive the download, turn the switch off.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Get my music pulled up. We are going to go into a brief period of, yeah, I love that stardust. We're going to go into a little bit of a guided journaling. Again, you have your magic wand with you, right? Oops, I don't need to share the screen. I just need to share the music. Turn it down a little bit so you can still hear my voice. Okay. So I want you to grab your pencil, your magic wand, and your paper, and close your eyes, and just start to connect to the truth that you are light, and that there is brilliant, pure light all around you. I don't want you to try to squint and see anything. Just kind of receive the light and the love that is just surrounding you. As far as the eye can see, there's light. At first, it seems white and blinding, but as your eyes adjust, you begin to notice it actually glows with an incandescent goldish hue. So you breathe in slowly, then you pause and breathe out slowly. And this is when your body and your mind realize that all you see is abundant love. As your eyes adjust some more, you begin to detect little speckles of fairy dust floating around you, looking for somewhere to alight and inspire. Some of the fairy dust is coming to you is for your inspiration, for your download, for your good. With your eyes closed, in your mind's eye, look above you, just above where your aura is above your head. And notice, observe how a stream of light is coming through and inspiring you. The stream has many ideas, many beautiful roses, pictures, watercolors. There's oil paintings, there's books, songs, lyrics, melodies, dance moves. Anything the human mind has ever thought to create or could create in the future is coming through in a constant stream of inspiration. You also see another stream of light coming through. It's gate 61. It circles around your aura and comes back up. It's called the gate of return. It's the light that comes in deep and observing and noticing and taking stock of what's there and bringing it back up for you to chew on, the way, like a cow chews its cud, that you just keep recycling and recycling that until the basic nutrients, the hydrogen, the carbon, the oxygen, the water, the basic elements of what it is that you're meditating on finally comes forth and nourishes your whole body. This energy is there to remind you to meditate on the good, to meditate on the light, to meditate on, to choose what you chew on. And now you notice the third stream coming through. This stream travels back and forth in time which doesn't really exist, but it brings back memories and slices of patterns to help you repeat the things that bring you joy and discard the things that wear you out, that cloud up your aura, that bring you down, the patterns that you have, that you are angry and unforgiving about. The patterns come back to us so that we can choose to let go or keep it if it's something that brings us joy. Now in your mind's eye, I want you to feel yourself smiling. If it makes you smile on the outside, that's good too. As you smile, feel your soul lift off just ever so gently of the experience your body is having, just for a minute. Don't worry, we'll reunite with your soul before we leave. But for now, just allow it to breathe, allow it to float, and observe how the streams of light are different when we're detached just a little bit. Notice the speed that light moves through you. Notice any places in your being that cause the light to change, to refract, to shift. or pause. Is there any place in your aura that the light is pooling or stuck? Jot that down. Whatever you're noticing in your body right now, just jot that down. This is just for you. You don't have to share it. Is there any place where the light becomes opaque or blocked? Okay, now just take 3 deep breaths. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. To connect our souls back down into our body, I want you to, on this last breath, to just turn your attention to what your toes feel like. They're cold, hot. One of my toes is going numb because of the way I'm sitting. Just bring yourself right back down into this physical experience. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? What's the temperature like in the room? And before we open our eyes, just did you see how happy your soul is to be here? No matter what we're going through in our life, your soul chose to be here at this moment in this experience. And mine, when I felt like when we reconnected, I was like, oh yeah, you're just so delighted to be alive, you know? What a great day to be alive. Now invite the flow of light to come down into your heart space and radiate out into your aura, down to your feet and back up through your sacral center and your belly button and radiate back out. It's not yours to keep, it's light, and you're loved. Oh, thank you for doing that with me. That do not consider myself like a person who writes prayers, but that whole thing came to me in an inspired moment about a year and a half ago. And when I just have to tell you this because when Judy asked, what are you gonna present for your part? I didn't know. And so I went to a coffee shop and I was looking through my little idea book while I was having some iced tea and came across this and I'm like, "Ah," I knew the name was going to be the Prism Project and that's written right there at the top. And I had forgotten all about it, but I'm very grateful that the universe gave it to me before I even knew I needed it. So and I'm glad to share it with you. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. If you want to learn more about human design or about your light and energy, I just encourage you to get on my blog. I'll put it here in the chat again. And I'm working on building an entire. Actually, I'm gonna share it quick. We have enough time, I think, to just for me to show you. I'm so proud of this website because, well, just because I'm not a web designer and I think it's really pretty. So here's what it looks like. This is my homepage. Welcome to my cosmic sanctuary. But down here, you'll see I've got each one of the gates. I'm working with my invisible team on different ways of visualizing these energies. And so I have a whole blog called the Human Design Gates Library. And so they aren't all 64 of them aren't there yet, but they're about every 6 days I'm publishing another blog through this solar year to that will hopefully be a resource for years to come for people. So anyway, if you want to subscribe, you can there's a little field at the top of my homepage where you can put your details in. So, and again, thanks for being here. I think we're ready for another break. Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Thank
I want to
you.
say that 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 sort of guided meditation you did was so beautiful. And I was writing down things and I noticed this little balance happening when, you invited us to write, again at the end.
Mhm.
Because when you talked about the soul, like floating, having a little exercise, floating free for what, I felt so much happiness that it brought me to tears. So
Oh,
like,
wow.
it was kind of like, um, but I felt balanced by that. Like, that's okay. And
Mhm.
then when I was just journaling, I wrote, I am clay and stardust, light and dark, flowing and still. And then you asked about our feet, and I had, lo and behold, I had one warm foot and one cold foot.
That's great. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, I noticed that too. My toes, I was like, oh, one of them's asleep. That's interesting. I need to correct my posture, I guess. But funny how when you're floating, I mean, I totally didn't even notice it a few seconds before that.
Right.
We do have a couple 30 seconds if anybody else wants to share an observation they had. Thank you, Judy. That was beautiful.
It's so beautiful. I completely blissed out. Um,
Did you say you blissed out?
yes.
I love it.
Yeah,
Oh,
the the music is perfect. Like it's guiding into the field, the transcendental space.
yeah. I can keep playing it while we're on our bio break. It's called Healing Presence by Julie True. I wish I had wrote that. It is really beautiful. The first time I heard it, I saw my inner child just dancing around in a field of flowers, and it just made me feel so safe.
Is there,
So,
I'm sorry, is there any way we can get the words to that? The wording was so spiritual.
oh, for the
But
meditation?
yes,
Yeah, I maybe after the session's over, I'm planning on sending you guys a follow-up email anyway. So make sure Daisy has your information. And yeah, I can write that down. I would be happy to do that. You'll
that
have
was
I think we're sending out the recording too, so you'll be able to listen to it again as well with the music.
meditation was one of the best that I've heard. Just
Oh,
somehow the way you did it was just superb.
thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
It's beautiful, Sasha.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm gonna let the music play a little bit longer while we have a bio break, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes maybe for Daisy. Does that leave you enough time?
Oh yeah, I don't really have much to share. I'll just share what I wrote today and what delivered. And actually, yeah, just two pieces that I wrote earlier.
Okay.
7 minutes, 7 minutes session.
Okay, but 5 minutes only.
Oh yeah, 7 and 5.
No, 5 minute break. No, no
Oh,
Five
more.
minute bio break, and then we'll be
Yeah,
back for Daisy.
come back on time, everybody, please.
Okay, okay,
sounds
The
sounds good.
teacher.
Thank you. That's why we made you the MC, because I knew I'd lose track of time once I started having fun. So Welcome back. I think we're ready to keep moving. Thank you.
That was the most peaceful bio break I've ever had.
Thank you.
That was great.
Thank you so much. This is so delicious, this experience of co-creation. Brings such a deep gratification to my soul. Very, very grateful.
Too.
I actually want to share this. So, like in our earlier creation, and I painted this. And earlier, when Judy asked us to pick a word to describe, the first one I pick is awakening, and the second is belief. And it's like, so almost like it meant to be, and the word just landed. I just feel like this. I don't know whether you describe that spiritual moment, and then this sensation of the water from the heaven or the tears within just pouring down. And then so the writing was coming through. I'll share this what came through to me today, and just so to give people experience how I usually create my process of creating. So since I was talking about the word belief, I'll start sharing the first one. Give me 1 second. Actually, for some reason, the page is not opening. I'll just start from first one by one, one at a time. During the first writing, can you guys see it? Okay.
I see it.
So usually when I create, I just allow the word coming through like waterfall falling through. And this is my first draft. Layers of memories densely packed through the fascia, the nerve, the molecules within my skin, my hair. It's a deep conversation and dialogue every time I comb my hair or comb my body. I develop a new way of communication with my body through combing my hair, patiently letting the varied textures of my baby hair unfolding the stories, the memories, DNA coding and uncoding. The universe has been entailing for me, deciphering them, or feeling in deep joy, ease, through the process of this deep inner dialogue within my hair. In Chinese tradition, we feel every inch of skin and hair is a gift from our ancestors. Learning how to honor them through combing or caring, just like a gift of divine lineage robe passed down from mother's mother, mother's mother's mother, feeling her fondly love and unbending intention of healing magic sipping through the tip of my finger as my fingers fiddling and plugging through every string of my spiritual DNA lineage, weaving deeply and densely within every hair, allowing the waterfall of my black hair, flushing and funneling all her divine ancient wisdom, abundantly pouring through the portal of the now moment. Like a cat patiently licking and soaking in the blessings from her, letting the mother's love enveloping every inch of my being. I am blessed beyond measure in the ocean of immense love and blessings of her warm embrace. So usually, when we're doing creative writing, this is my process. I have this rough draft. I kind of like keep it the way it is, and then later on, my content team will help to make it shorter, more compact into a poem, like this one. Layers of memories densely woven into my fascia, threading through nerves, molecules, skin, and hair. Each time I comb my hair, around the comb along my body, a deep conversation unfolds, a silent dialogue with my being. I have discovered a new way to communicate with myself through the simple, patient act of combing, letting the varied textures of my wavy hair unfurl stories, memories, strands of DNA encoding and decoding, whispers of the universe revealing themselves. I decipher them or simply bask in deep joy and ease, immersed in this intimate inner dialogue. In Chinese tradition, every inch of our skin, every strand of hair is a gift from our ancestors. To comb, to care, is to honor this sacred lineage, a divine robe passed down from mother to mother's mother to mother's mother's mother. Through my fingertips, I feel her love, her unwavering intention for healing, seeping into me like an ancient blessing. My fingers dance through the strands of my spiritual DNA, plugging melodies of lineage, weaving them into the present. The waterfall of my black hair funnels the wisdom of generations, a sacred transmission pouring into the portal of the now. Like a cat, I linger in the moment, patiently absorbing the love that surrounds me, letting it envelop every fiber of my being. I am blessed beyond measure, floating in an ocean of immense love, wrapped in the warmth of her eternal embrace. So, from this poem, and then I would develop into a song. Like in this lyrics, as you guys can see, it has both English and Chinese. And then from the song, we develop the single cover, or later on we can put few song together into an album cover. So this is the process that how we use our quantum technology into creation. I have been following and practicing creative writing with Judy for many years, and that was way before our cat team through ChatGPT. But it's truly amazing journey, and we are gifted this tool to do our multidimensional dance in this way. So thank you very much. And let me share the second writing too. The second one is called I Am Here. Let me go to the rough draft first. So when I was tapping into that feeling of belief and that full surrendering, this feeling of I completely allow whatever this future coming through this tunnel, this conduit, this vehicle of this illusion of me, this human skin, human suit. It's very interesting. Earlier, Judy was talking about the sound that the process how I wrote I Sing. As I'm re-listening to the song, I have very vivid memory, almost like ever since I was little. I have this moment that I'm singing that song. So, you know, this future memory, how it all emerging, like converging together. And I feel this multi-dimensional creation is truly that allow this possibility how the future and the present, it just have this seamless immersion, and more memory can even like seeping deep into our earlier memories. Very interesting. So this is my writing earlier from the word belief. Like waterfall from heaven, falling and landing into the heart portal of my deepest dream and desires. Like the voice from heaven, from source, from God and my oversoul. Softly, gently, unfolding the grand finale that I've been waiting for and praying for. The blessings of 1,000 years of dream, the dream of my collective ancestral lineage, the dream of my father and mother, the dream that everyone has been praying for, and finally, they're being revealed. It has already here, and it has always been here, right next to my ears, in my heart, in my palm, inside the very tender and soft part, my inner heart. All I need to do is to surrender, allowing this soft, unfurling lotus flower within my heart to open, opening more. Every moment, every breath, every second of a blink of eye, revealing a brand new birth of myself. The very best version of myself has always been here with me, within me, patiently waiting for me to say, yes, I am here. I am ready and I am listening. Sign me up. I am all in. This is my new declaration of a birth, new contract to dedicate to the very best version of me. And then this is a poem my team developed from the writing. Belief, like a waterfall from heaven pouring into the heart portal of my deepest dreams and desires. A voice from the source, from God, from my oversoul, softly, gently, unfolding the grand finale I have long awaited. The answered prayer of a 1,000-year dream. The dream of my ancestors, of my mother and father, of all who had prayed before me, and now at last it is revealed. It has always been here, right next to my ears, within my heart, resting in my palms, nested in the most tender corners of my soul. All I need to do is surrender, to let the lotus my heart unfurl, opening, opening, opening still. With every breath, every moment, every blink of eye, a new birth emerges. The best version of myself has always been here, patiently waiting for me to say, yes, I am here. I am ready. I am listening. Sign me up. I am all in. This is my declaration, a new birth, a new contract, a devotion to the highest version of me. And thank you. It won't leave a harm, but quantum to us cat means collective or collective astral team. So that's my sharing. Thank you.
Oh. Well, I'm very emotional, Daisy. It was so beautiful, and I love the guidance through your process. That was very generous, I think. And isn't it amazing what can flow from one word?
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes.
You're
I
amazing.
was thinking about that energy of return that we were talking about in the other meditation, and how I can see that in the way that you're like, I come back to the word and I come back to the words, and then I come back again, and each time with a new um a new light that you're layering on top of the light that was there before. I love it.
Mhm. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So you're not gonna play music or sing or
Oh,
dance? I thought you
if
were gonna do some other things, like, I for sure thought you were gonna play music.
oh, if you want to, uh, we can play. I mean, it's gonna be a mystery because we developed 4 songs out of the writing. If you guys want to
And that
hear.
would be different
It's gonna be a
from
mystery. What do you mean?
Oh,
I think it sounds like opening a gift. Well, we don't know what we get till we open
Yeah.
it.
yeah, every time is a deep mystery, and
Yeah.
we never know, and that's the beauty of it. Because like recently, we dropped the bottom, the big bomb of our new album called Time. I have a moment recently. I had a deep conversation with one of our musician friend. And first I felt like it would be kind of like, sometimes we're very reluctant to share the way how we create music, and I found out sure whether how other musicians will view us. And actually we didn't even talk about the process, and he come in and explained to us how this quantum technology, like imagine entire history of the human record through this new quantum technology can be calculated processed within a second.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how a lot of quantum creation, whether through art or music, are created. It's like truly the collective, our collective experiment, our collective future inner child want to see it to manifest, and we just happen to be the conduit, allow it to coming through. We just surrender, and when this musician friend, when he was sharing it, I suddenly felt like, oh, what if this quantum future album being dropped, how it will feel like. So I have glimpse of this future album gonna look like. I was like, oh, that would be so cool if someone created, and turn out that it's our own album I was listening.
Right, right. That's awesome. No, and that's kind of what I was touching on earlier with I was getting the same thing from when Judy was talking about focus on what like what you focus on you create. I'm like, "Oh gosh, I forgot I'm supposed to use this big imagination to what would it feel like if this existed, if this book or
Yeah.
this album or whatever already existed, how would that make life more beautiful or more whatever fun?" And yeah, I love it. I love it. I didn't think about like your inner child is just yeah, there's pieces of us that are already there in the quantum field that are not waiting for the time it's already there, right?
And the other exciting part is that that's a model for everything. This is a new model. So, so, so you take that model and take it over into meditation, for example. So what if, I mean, I just started thinking one day, what if I could get all the way there instantly? Instead of spending 20, 30 minutes ramping up to it, which was my practice, now I just go instantly there and stay there for as long as I want. That's different. I mean, it's my thing. I'm not telling anyone else they should do it that way, but I'm seeing this model and I try it out and I go, oh, it worked. Just like that. It was direct. It's a shift. I'm here. I'm in the void. It's just stepping through a curtain. That's that leap, that quantum leap that Daisy's talking about.
Yeah,
And so now I'm applying that to everything. And like a child, like Daisy said, and Sasha said, like a child, I wonder if this would work. And then you just, instead of thinking that for 15, 20 years, you just try it. You know, you just try it. Jump in.
yeah, it's like feeling in this future, this inner child. How would the inner child, what would that inner child want to see? Can
Mhm.
we just ease into that, allowing the lens coming through fully and purely and unadulterated. There's so many names we're giving it. Sometimes we call it the baby lion's heart.
I love that.
Yeah,
I
it
love
just
that too. It's really cool.
But we actually have a song for that too. I was actually giving that download before the pandemic and showing me, and that's my mission to find that the baby lion's heart. Oh, yeah, it's truly joyful and so I have.
Daisy,
Hmm?
you told me the pandemic was coming
Oh
before.
yeah,
Yeah, you told me.
yes.
You even you even you even suggested some nutritional supports and stuff. This was before anyone was talking about anything about a pandemic. You were
Uh,
talking about it like it was a war. Do you remember that?
yes, yes,
Yeah,
there are multiple signs. So
yeah, yeah.
um I start
So
having dreams, but it's not just me. I have many friends. They all have their own versions of what was guided to them.
yeah, yeah.
Mm, so there are two aspects. Is there's a our emotional bodies purging and processing. It's like the collective ancestral emotional body and layered, and we are processing it through within our own body. And there's another layer. So it's the physical body processing, and there's also another body which kind of like multi-dimensional dance through the social media. But the social media is actually just imprint of whatever we're supposed to release, not repeat, not to
Mm,
amplify,
mm, mm,
right?
mhm.
And I think earlier Sasha was mentioning about this point. There was like how to say it, like what you show the picture image of the ball in the middle. To
Yeah.
me, like the inner earth, this inner earth is like this quantum engine of the universe. It's always stay immobile. And how do we just become the eye of the storm, become immovable? And then,
Ooh,
right? And then there's
ooh.
the
Goosebumps.
and then there's the outer layer. Sometimes the lenses, it moves, the angles coming through and the stream, the multiple dimensional stream coming through. If we can just hold space, observe the angle dance without the need to overly sustaining one or the other. And
Mm,
understand it's just transmission coming through without the need to assign them one over the other attention. Mm,
what if everything going on around us is a model for what's going on within us?
mm,
A model
mm,
of a like you were talking about that shape that she was showing. That's universal. So if it's universal, it's real. If it's that, it's part of us.
mm. Yes, this is one aspect I'm start feeling more and more when I'm in the deep meditative stage. Is like there's a divine human body. It's like this gigantic building, and I can absorb um every phase of my life, every stages, even every part of the world is just one floor or one room of this building. There's multiple floors, multiple windows.
Mm,
And I think when Sasha was talking about this human design, imagine that's just like a divine template of this divine Buddha's body. And to be able to just absorb, just observe and holding space and in that place. I feel when earlier when Sasha was doing guided meditation, I was feeling that divine download coming through.
yes,
Right.
yes.
the opening. Sometimes when I get into that stage, it's almost like my body just disappear. I
Mhm.
can't feel like any part of my body, just completely translucent.
Do you, does that just happen or do you intend?
Mm,
You sit down and intend a practice, or does it just occur, or both?
recently I started following this lotus meditation. One of my teacher, he practiced medicine Buddha meditation. It's almost like instantly dropping in. I feel like it's come from a lineage memory or the class
Mm,
lineage memory. We always know how to get there, uh, but because there's so much distraction in life, we just
forget.
allow us have the time or space to make it happen, to empty our
Yeah.
mind, to allow it happen. So when I do dedicate, it only need 10 minutes in the morning
Mm-hmm.
to do that, and then just completely emptied, instant
Mm-hmm.
sensation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like no mind, just clear water. That kind of
Yeah.
feel. Mhm.
Yeah, you're uncannily describing exactly what I was talking about, exactly what I experienced. No
Mhm.
mind. It's just clarity. It's not even anything you could describe. It's just you're instantly there. Like in my following along with Sasha today with the light, she just spoke a first few words and I was instantly already there. It's like she opened a door, those sounds, she made sacred sounds. And my spirit went, "Oh, I know what that is." Boink, instant. And then when you came back, you said something about blissing out. So, yeah, that's some more different words for it, but I think that's the same. I wonder if any of our guests want to say anything because we will just you have no idea. We'll go on like this for hours.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay, well, but.
Yeah, they said they're good. You have anything to share? Oh, I think
Okay.
everyone just really enjoyed the session today and having this blissful experience. Very
Well, that's
beautiful.
awesome. I'm going to go ahead and do my little closing thing then.
Oh, before you do, I wanted to thank everybody. For some reason, when you said that you wanted to host it at the Amazing Center, it felt like back to that Malkut thing. It felt like, oh, we've got our feet on the ground too. So like there'll be this whole connection because we tend to, get, like you said, kind of up and carried away, and it's blissful. But I loved that you were having people there live too to kind of bring it down and have a connection here. And Gabriella's here. And we have these connection spots on in the Malkut. It just made me, I don't know, it just made me feel a lot more grounded. And I really appreciate everybody that's there. I know you guys are off camera a lot, but it's okay. I know you're here. I can feel you. I'm grateful that you were able to make it today. So thank you.
Yes, I ditto that. Okay. So a little more chat box activity, or you can just handwrite. It's up to you, 100%. But I want to go through something with you that will bring this full circle. And it's really important to come full circle with these kind of things. So I want you to tell me one word that describes how you feel now. One word. How do you feel now? I'm going to type mine in the chat box. Oh, amazing, joyful, blissful, chill, contented, calm. I don't know if Gabriella is still, oh, there she is. Do you want to open the mic or do you want to type in the chat box,
I don't want
Gabriella?
to share my words. They're not so positive.
Okay, that's fine.
Maybe they'll change. I'm needing to refresh my energy because um, I'm still in a space that drains my energy, and if
Okay,
I lose it, I'm feeling like my speech is gonna be better than my words. So
okay.
I'm feeling indebted. It just came out.
Oh, fascinating. Thank you. That's how you're feeling now. Do you remember what you wrote down at the beginning? How you wanted to feel? I'm going to ask everyone the same question, so.
I didn't write anything, but I would definitely just want to feel persistent, like empowered,
Mm-hmm.
like to complete things I want, like DOS, like understanding. So yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Sasha, same question. How do you feel now? And what was the word that described how you wanted to feel in the beginning?
I think I put it in the chat at the beginning and I don't remember. Let's
You
see.
did.
Flowy. Oh, I do feel that. I don't feel tense. That's great.
Awesome. How about Daisy and your people?
So I'm just reading my note. I said I want to feel contentment, and Cindy said she feel contented. So we are feeling each other. And Seth said he want to feel harmony, and so I feel blissful, and Seth feel chill, and Cindy
Me
said,
too. I have blissful also.
mm, and then Cindy feel contented, and we also have another friend here, Jess, and she feel calm.
Awesome.
Mhm.
All right. So hopefully, I hope, I pray with all of my heart and all the love I have within me that today's session gave you something, that you're not the same person that you were 4 hours ago, not 100%, that something has shifted, and that you can see that creativity flows in cycles, and cycles of all sorts of things, cycles within you, cycles of light, cycles of your practice, cycles of meditation, cycles of your work, cycles of your emotions and your desires, and that you start where you are, wherever you are, is absolutely 100% perfect. And then you let the cycle guide you. And I will send you all that graphic that I shared with you earlier. And then Daisy and Sasha might have some things to send too. But we'll get some emails off to you, or either that, or maybe we'll invite you to a Google Doc. Maybe we'll do all of that. Well, we'll do it all. But I hope you also know that you can activate your creative flow at any time using those principles that I shared, and that the others shared as well. The principles of movement and prayer and listening and playing. Oh, please don't forget to play and play and play. And that fearless creative expression of just doing it, just going, like instantly there. I don't know what it would be like for me to fill in the blank. Just do it. Start it. Start with the first word, the first step, the first stroke. Start. And finally, to receive all that you create. I mean, receive it for yourself. Like, what you created is an expression and you want to share it with the world, but also receive in the moment, before you leave the project, all the love you're going to receive. Feel it now. Start now with the love that you're going to receive. That's part of the gift you're giving to yourself by creating in the first place. This is why you're here, to create, to make, to manifest, to express. So receive that and receive it with gratitude. Receive your creation with gratitude. And don't forget to ask, okay, what's next? Where am I going to take this? How am I going to either bring it to a wider audience or grow the project into a movement, or what is next? What's the next step? So it's desire. It's sacred and powerful. Your creative expressions await only one thing: the energy you create when you activate that creative alchemy cycle. And if you want to, since we have time, I would love for you to share the writing piece, if you want, no pressure, the writing piece that you did when I asked you to choose 3 words. And if you didn't do it, that's okay too. And if you don't want to share, I'm fine with that. And I wrote a poem, so I'm up for sharing that too, but I'll go last. I want everyone else to have plenty of time.
I don't know when I book where you get my book over there.
Oh,
What?
Seth is gonna read his.
Oh, good. Tell him to get closer to the mic so I can hear. I don't want to miss it.
Where's my book? It's over there on the side, Dave.
Oh, awesome.
That's so small, honey, I can't read it, but I'll try. Okay. So how is it we can feel at ease when the world seems to be on fire? Awaken to what is going on as our phones spill out more bait for our limited time and attention is maddening. We know the secret. Focus only on actions that bring joy and harmony. Let everything else be what it is. No more actions without careful and gentle consideration. The path forward will be tread with intention and grace. So I kind of felt like it was my oversoul speaking to me about how to go forward from here when I was
What is
thinking.
your, and what is your, now just talk to me. What is the answer to that? What are you intending or wishing to, how to go forward from here?
To be a gentler soul, to instead of rallying against the world, to find ways to rally with the world, to
Oh,
to because most of my life has been, how do I beat the system? How do I, and when they say when you vote, I say I'll vote when revolution's on the ballot, and then I'll be the first guy in line, and I'll probably be a general. But you know that was me for all those years, the warrior
yeah.
self that wants to go in and clean things up and fix things. But I can't. All I can do is try to find peace within what's going on and to find that new perspective that allows me to be the gentle soul that I truly am inside, and that I
Mm,
put to rest when I was much younger, and when I thought, I had to be the man of the family and put on that face for the world so that nobody could, you know, hurt me or my family or my feelings or my heart
yeah.
or my inner child or whatever you want to call it. So, but since many things that have happened in the past 5 years, and especially, recently since Daisy and I got married, and since Daisy was able to bring my attention to what my perception of the world and how I was dealing with the world was causing me more pain than pleasure. And so, if we're truly looking to, I mean, we know the secret. I'm pretty sure most of us have read the secret. Where our energy goes is where our focus goes, is where our energy goes. So, it was time to start focusing on the joy in life and the things in life that will bring me peace and a
Mm,
quality of life that's worthy of living, which is fun and joy, and not looking at the world as a work camp anymore that I got to break out of, but as a place to vacation, and the divine mission of love being the only thing that matters, and everything else is just off mission, really. Anything that I'm not
mm,
treating with love, I'm going off mission on. So everything I'm treating with love, I'm on mission. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing here. So, or at least to become the most highest vision of myself, is a person who people can feel comfortable around instead of feeling like, is that guy gonna blow up? And look at that guy. He looks like he's gonna, destroy something. I don't want to be seen that way anymore. I want to be seen as the calm in the storm, like Daisy talks about. I want to be able to, I want people to be comfortable around me because they know
I
that I'm
I I don't know
tough.
if you I don't know
Also,
if you want to hear this or not, but I'm going to go ahead and take a chance. I
so
experience you as a very happy person, a joyful, loving, passionate person.
it's been a long journey to get to where that's the perception the world has of me, because maybe it was just my perception of myself that was reflecting on myself and making myself feel like I'm, a madman all those years. But I
No,
know
you
that
were quite mad. You were barking
yeah,
mad,
I
but
know we all
but
were.
you learned. Yeah,
Well,
you woke
I
up.
don't think, can you be brought up in this world and not be a little bit
Yeah,
barking mad? There's no way.
it's
It's,
not. I think again, out on a limb. Oh man, I think it's quite difficult to be a man. I I, I look at what's expected of them. I look especially at some men who have made themselves so hard and so responsible and so alpha that I don't even see their joy. I see them laugh and it sounds hollow. And I think and I have compassion. I feel like, God, what a lot of expectation to put on a whole half of the world, um, or so. I don't know what percentage it is, but that's a lot. That's a lot throughout time. That's a lot. Yeah. Are there some bastards? Of course. Yeah. But I even feel bad for them because no matter where they are, there they are. They got to wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and it's still just them. So, I feel compassionate for them too. Do I want to punch them in the face sometimes? Yeah. But do I do it? No.
imagine wanting to punch yourself in the face all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I feel compassionate about that.
Well, it's time to stop.
Mm.
Self-abuse is over. Daisy and I both received really good downloads about that. The whole idea of using suffering to be closer to God. Native Americans use the
Oh,
things
oh yeah.
themselves, different types of, and throughout different societies and different religious cultures, they have that some sort of form of punishment in order to feel
Mm.
closer to God, or sacrifice, or martyrdom.
Yeah.
But now everything's flipped. That contract's closed. It's done. It's over. We can now find closeness with spirit through joy, through being in a pleasure mode, in a mode of pleasure and great ecstasy, be it through your flesh or through your heart or your mind, or however you're getting that through smells. I mean, I've always said that heaven is when all five your senses are pleased. And so, so everything,
That's a good point.
when everything's pleased, you already are in heaven. There's nowhere else to go. So
Yeah.
Daisy and I are just devoted to heaven on earth, and the only way we could figure it out was just to stay in the joy bubble as much as humanly possible. And if
Mhm.
that means sometimes ignoring things that the whole rest of the world is telling me I'm supposed to be scared of, or afraid of, or mad about, I can't do anything about that. I have to stay in my joy bubble,
Yes,
because the only way
absolutely.
that anybody's going to be happy around me is if I'm happy. Because I've noticed what happens when I'm not happy, and people definitely don't want to be around me. So if I stay in my joy bubble, people, and I, we went through the COVID thing, and everybody was, like getting away from each other, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the opposite of what we need. We need to be getting closer to each other. We need to be coming together. And my mom, when she got many of her brothers, she had 9 brothers. If one of them got, whatever it was, chicken pox or whatever, they put them all in the same room. My mom never got it. She was on one. She would never get whatever it is everybody else had.
Oh, that's pretty funny. She must have a huge immune system.
But well, that plus she's like, you know, you don't want to deal with 9 different times. You got to deal with the same thing. You just get it all done at one time, throw them all in the same room, and be done with it. So, yeah, it was like when they were separated by like, and just the depression and everything else, and not getting sunlight and all these things that are so important to us. And then the thing when you feel like there's nobody to talk to, when you're isolated like that, that's a recipe for disaster, not for us coming together and finding answers. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
I felt like the world was backwards for a whole year, and I didn't know what the hell to do. I was like, I was so glad when we were able, you know, when finally, you know, it was, well, I was because of my job, I had a little thing that let me get back and forth to work, so they couldn't keep me from going outside. I could leave at any time and say I'm going to work, but even when things were the weirdest, it's like I think that it was our chance. I think there was a big opportunity for all of us to have time to really go into ourselves and find out what was really important for us.
Well,
You
I
know,
did that for sure. Yeah.
you know, right? And did you see the skies above China and above all these different places where the water got clean and the air got clean and everything? The Earth's like, hey, look, if you guys give me a break for just a little bit of time, I can fix myself.
Yeah, I just need a little rest.
Yeah, yeah, just give me a break for a minute here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
just gonna say
Gabriella.
bye. It was so nice to uh be part of this very very special community you are doing. Um, thank you so much. So all the blessings, and maybe just keep having more light. And yeah,
Yes.
light is creativity. So yeah, but I think creativity is different than just light because it's like the transformation of darkness for me. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Love that.
Thank you.
Thank you for
I'm
being
so
here. So
glad you
nice
were
to meet
here.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Stay in
Okay.
touch.
Thank you.
You'll be hearing from us. Okay.
Okay,
Bye.
amazing.
Bye.
Bye.
I
All right. I want to go ahead and read this poem because I think it will I have just a feeling about it. It's a healing of some it's a healing. So just hold on, let me find it. Okay, do you want to see it or just hear me?
either way is all good.
Sasha?
I think you should read it.
Okay. Fire beneath stillness. The feeling arises before labels appear. A burnt shadow curls at the feet of your better angels. There's a hush before the storm erupts, and it waits. Unspoken, unwelcome, yet familiar. The thing you shove into corners, yet its weight still presses against your ribs. Fear. It lulls you with a whisper. Be still. Let it pass. This is the way it was and is. Hunker down. Dissolve your presence in belief. Left too long in the cold, you settle as crystals of salt thrown in a jar of vinegar. The time drifts off course, letting reality cloud at the edges. Label it the path of least resistance. Complacency. Then something sharp scrapes between your bones with a whisper of dissonance, a restless thrum. Your jaw clenches in the space between knowing and doing. The raw itch of a world that will not stay still. Discomfort. It demands your response. Not a quiet nod, not folded hands, not the ease of turning away. No. The air thickens with the presence of choice. Ire rises like hot vomit, not because you are not courageous, courageous, not because you are not ready, but because you know you must fight. Step forward. Feel the heat in your sacrum. Allow the earth to remember the weight of your soul. You have become the threshold to direct knowing. One slight shift to awakening. The world feels as you feel. One step surges. A whisper calls out. What was once frozen burns. Motivation. And so you move, speak, take hold, become. Nothing before this matters. Nothing after this waits. The moment demands right action. So, overachiever that I am, I used all the words.
That's awesome. I love it. Oh,
And I just started writing, I just took the first word that struck me that I wanted to use was fear, because there's so much of it uh on the planet. I mean, it's approaching the fear level of COVID, and it's not a disease. Well,
maybe it is.
maybe it is.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe it is.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
I mean,
So,
really.
so yeah, so I started with fear, and but I have this aversion to certain words. One of them is fight. I'll get to that in a minute. And the other one um it is fear. And I just don't want to, I don't even want to say it. I don't want to give it oxygen. I don't want to speak it into existence. So basically, I think what I was doing when I just started writing was I was describing fear,
Yeah.
but avoiding saying it until I got to the end, and the only way to finish was to say it. And that became the pattern. Then I could see, I mean, it's instantly before I wrote even another word, I could see that was the pattern for all the rest of them, that I would end with the title instead of starting with it. And so that's the, that's the that creative process that happened for me there. And
Beautiful.
I added the word right to action. Because again, because I don't want to tell anyone just act, because that's not what I mean. You know, I don't think that an emotion is a command. So so that's why I amended the last word with right action instead of just action. But I really had a hard time with fight. I have a hard time when I read it, when I'm writing something, because I'm very involved, and anyone who knows me would think, well, that's weird. She's never been political, ever. But I am involved in some political work. And I don't want to tell anyone that we have to fight, yet there's pretty much almost no other word for it now, because we've been crowded into a corner. And there's only two choices. lay down or fight. And I'm encouraging people to do some things, to take some actions that pretty much are the only way out. You know, to be more concrete about it, we have a prayer of saving our butts if we can regain control of the House of Representatives, of the House of the people. And so, like, I think Seth said, you know, you got to pick your, he didn't say this exactly, but I'm paraphrasing, pick your fights. And we're talking about focus here. We're talking about focus, you know, like all day and different kinds of focus. Some are more soft than others. But I literally decided this morning what my focus is on that topic. And it was liberating. I had no idea that I would feel so much energy just once I decided, okay, what am I doing? And I don't feel so overwhelmed. I mean, I have a mission. I gave it to myself, but
That's
you know,
okay.
after looking around at what has been going on and the intense fire hosedness of it, if that's the word, but you know, the intensity of day after day after day after day of it getting worse and worse and worse and more. Look here, this is awful. That, yeah, is everything awful? Yeah, but what in the world can I do about everything? Nothing. So
Exactly.
yeah, I'm choosing the fulcrum. For me, what seems like the fulcrum, which is to pour some energy into getting as many Republicans out of the House as possible, because they're not going to be any help. They were help a couple times, you know, few rogue Republicans voted, you know, in a reasonable way. And, you know, I'm not a raging political person. Have the Democrats made some stupid mistakes? Yeah. Are they making them now? Yeah. But are they crazy, batshit crazy asshole motherfuckers who seem to be bent on literally destroying the world? No. Were they ever mean to Canada? No. Were they ever mean to Mexico? No. So that helped me decide there's that. But, you know, so as you can hear in my voice, and I'll calm down now, focus is really powerful. And so I just want to encourage everyone I meet to get passionate about something and ride it all the way home.
Yeah.
Half measures are not going to be helpful. So
Yeah.
if you're an artist, make art that moves people. That's why you're making art. Think about that and focus on that. Like how can I make how can I inspire people to do this action? How can I let someone know that I understand their pain? How can I show in a piece of art how vile the world is? Whatever it is, um, don't hold back anymore. This isn't the time. You know, I'm going to call bullshit on people who are holding back, who are being timid. Oh, I don't know. Who am I to write a book? Well, no one, I guess. How does that feel? Not great. So, you know, cut that out because you have something to say, you have something to offer. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Hello.
Right. Just so you know, I think you might be the third person that has said almost those exact words about like it's basically yes, it's cool to believe in God and it's good. It's important to believe in the universe. and that there's a place for that faith. But this is the season where we actually have to start believing in ourselves too, that we are here for a reason, and there's some action, whatever it is, that we are supposed to take.
Yeah, so quit
Being
taking
me,
up space.
I'm speaking to myself. I'm not preaching at anybody else here. I'm saying, like, there is a thing called too much humility, where we forget, where we surrender our own goals and dreams to the point that we forget that it is our responsibility, it's our mandate, if you will, to have a desire for something better than what's now.
Yeah,
Contentment can only go so far before it becomes apathy, you know?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. You
So
know,
I appreciate the inspiration. Oh, and I also meant to say earlier that if in high school I used to say, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything, right? And so that's
that's
also
great.
part of focus, is going, I have deal breakers here. What are my deal breakers? I'm going to work on making those better. Those are my big things, you know,
Yeah, yeah. Let's check in with Daisy's crew.
So for me,
instead of, because you're saying that anything.
for me, like I guess so nowadays I'm very, very like 3D involved on multiple levels. It's like one
Mhm.
after another. Um, one moment we were helping out friends. Um, it's a lot of time it's all very dire urgent, like need to attend right away. And then the Conscious Life Expo is very big energy involvement. And now we suddenly have the center and has big event. Like last week we have a Kundalini workshop. There are 40 people showed up. So it's like very like 3D, like devoted and committed. And some of them, like I feel like I'm able to pull out to help out, but then how it's actually able to manifest, because our center is like nonprofit. We don't really make profit, and some teacher, when they do want to charge a lot, it's like not that easy. So I have to come up with better ideas, and so I have a lot of I don't know, I'm trying really hard how to manifest. And one of my teacher, um, and she was talking about, she said, you don't have to take on other people's weight. You can just follow your joy, your highest joy, whatever bring your most authentic Daisy out. And as she was sharing that message, and I'm feeling myself like writing my own vow and step into my own authentic being and follow my highest joy. And then I start seeing the future memory, what is my highest joy, and creating video content for our cat. I was like, that we can do. We can just share our cat's video and ask people for donation. I was like, oh, that's an easy timeline. Almost like already. So as I was like rewrite, follow that teacher's guidance and rewrite my contract, follow the highest joy, and I'm seeing myself like posting all those cat video. And actually for the first time we finally did it on Instagram. We post Jericho's video, we ask people's donation to the nonprofit. And I was telling Seth, in the future our timeline gonna be much easeful flow, just cat video, donate. Cat video. On Instagram.
No, but the joy that exudes from you when you talk about that as your marketing plan, it's so right. It's so full of joy. It's like, cat video,
It's
donate.
like yeah, we come up with the best like campaign slogan, joy, join Jericho, support Perniversity, Perniversity New Earth, like Perniverse University.
Yeah.
By the way, my middle son really, really loves that I started calling it his catitude instead of his attitude. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah, we
He,
got
I think his spirit animal is a cat, so
oh, it's just so easy. It's like people instant get you when you talk about cat.
Yeah. It's so true.
Uh,
Mm,
I think
And
that
that started a long time ago for you, a long
yeah.
time ago. With the
yeah,
little kittens that you had, that started then, because you were writing about them like they were there in their own, they had their own society, their everything. Um, that was years ago. I don't know, 7 years ago.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
many years ago, but back then we didn't create carnivores. We didn't know
No, you
speak.
didn't know yet, but it gave you the foundation, I think.
Yes, totally. And so we have different like project proposal coming through, and so for a long time trying to tying in like what is that we're doing. So we have a lot of video, like for instance, Jericho learning how to do energy work.
I love that video.
Mhm.
Or Jericho watching Meow TV, like if we put a phone playing cat video and Jericho watching that. Or I'm combing Jericho and showing people how to do energy. And then we just happen to have the song about Jericho. One is called Kathmandu, one is called Alchemist Cat. And the Alchemist Cat can help launching our another course we want to start called Quantum Alchemy. So it's all weaving together now.
Love it.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Love
Thank you.
it.
And also, I like that our song has different language, so my parents can finally understand me.
I love that.
It's like a love letter to China.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love it. I mean, honestly, I love that I don't understand that part, but I could still feel it. I love it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh,
and the thing is now, Daisy, since you have done all those songs with all those languages,
mhm.
now when I hear a song that's all in English, I get bored. It's not good enough. Like, wake up. We got to be multilingual with all of our songs. Come on. What's everyone waiting for?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. You know what? I actually, yeah, anyway, we should probably wrap this up because it's
Yeah.
6, it is 6.
Oh,
And
yeah. We are
but
just yakking. We're doing that
yeah,
thing that we do. Yeah.
you're
We
doing that
know.
thing we do. I love it though. But I was just thinking about the quantum leap, like you were talking about earlier, Daisy. This whole thing with music, I had dabbled with using GarageBand to make my pieces of music. Oh goodness, that was probably, well, Jonah's, my youngest is almost 7, so it would have been like 8 years ago. And now I'm like, the technology has, when like what you were talking about, also Judy, about like if I think it's going to take me 20 minutes of meditation to get to that spot of creativity and that joy and bliss, why can't I just make up a rule that it doesn't take that long for me?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I'm the
Yeah.
master of my own destiny, as Nacho Libre says, right? Like, why can't I just change the rule? It's a belief. A rule is a belief system. We believe we get along better if we follow these rules, right? But if the rule's not working for me, it's not hurting anyone else to change it. Let's just change it, you know? And so
Yeah.
I haven't done it yet. But I'm like, the timeline it used to take between me having the one word and then maybe the one chorus and then the lyrics for the verse and then finally getting the music to work to it and then finally writing a bass line and then I got to write a drum line and then I got to get the musicians in my band to all play it the way I hear it in my head. Like, this is a really long, like, year-long process to get a song out, right? But not anymore, because Daisy showed me
Oh,
how to do it and I can have it done in an afternoon. I don't even have to
yeah.
know,
And it's fun while you're doing
and
it.
it's fun. And I don't even have to know the end of the song when I start writing the first part. I mean, I can just play. I just love that because it's
That's
opened up,
awesome.
it's opened up. Well, first of all, the arts have always been political, like whether you like it or not, whatever you're singing and drawing and writing and
I like
whatever,
it.
you can't be apolitical. There's no option, because
Yeah.
if you stand for something, you're standing for something. So whether that's love or peace or whatever, you're standing for something, and then someone is not standing on the same side as you, and it's become political. So I think that making creative things and putting it out there is also part of creating
Mhm.
the world we want to live in. And I am
Yeah.
just, anyway, I need to get that app that you showed us downloaded and start playing with it. It just makes me, even the whole idea that I can just sit and pour out the idea, and I have tools now. Like the technology is finally caught up with the way I like to work. I don't like it to take a year to make it. I like it to be done in an afternoon if possible, and then I can come back and
Yeah.
edit it some other day,
Exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah. Yes, it's love and art and all those passion, our mission
Yes.
just coming online faster.
Yes,
Instant
exactly.
manifestation. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the model that I'm seeing. So that's what I'm going with.
Yep.
And that's why I'm telling everyone else, hey, you want to write something? What are you doing today? What are you doing right now? Let's write it. Let's talk, let's get you motivated. Let's clear, what's holding you back? Usually there's something. We remove that and then they get going.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's the way it should be. Because we don't have time to wait around while people are insecure and take 5 years to start. We need their story now. We need their magic now. We need their art piece now. We need it now. Because we might not have 5 years. So now, because we want to have a nice, long, beautiful future, we have to build it. Hello. We have to create it with that vision. Yeah. So,
Yeah. True.
so thank you for joining us today. Whether you joined us virtually, live in person, or you're watching a replay and eating cornflakes, whatever you're doing. I I I encourage you to be 100% who you are, to find that desire in you and let it unfurl, and just start with the very first step. Don't let yourself get freaked out about the 99 steps after that, because they don't matter if you don't take the first one.
Right.
So, yeah, so come play with us in Open Studio. I'm going to launch a special right after this, and there's going to be 2 free seats available in Open Studio once a month. But you can only do it once, so multiple people then have a chance to come and visit with us in Open Studio and experience the creativity, the magic, and the energy. Oh my God. Okay. So thank you, Sasha, for your beautiful teaching and the blissful meditation. Thank you, Daisy, for sharing with us your process in which we could see ourselves and we could go, I could do that. I could do that. That's good. I like it. And thank you to Seth for keeping it real. Um, and uh and joining us and making all things possible and being a model for men everywhere who need to wake the fuck up. Sorry. 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 And our visitors, Cindy and
Gabriella.
Gabriella. Oh yeah, Gabriella, she had to leave early. And who else is there with you, Daisy? There's Cindy.
Cindy is here.
Cindy, is that it? I thought there was another person there with you too.
Oh, Jessie is here.
Yeah, right
Yeah.
here.
Hi, Jessie.
Hi.
Hi, Jessie. We should do another one so you could come and participate more, because we didn't hardly get to see you.
Right. Okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. All right. I'm gonna say ta-ta for now. And
Okay.
and thank you. And watch your email for goodies. And Cindy, I'll be in touch with your prize. And
Okay,
I think
I'll get my
that's it.
that meditation and the hints that you gave about writing were incredible. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you're
Thank you
welcome.
all. All right.
Thank
night.
you.